our own political reporter, Corin Hoggard, who is following Governor Walz and Vice President Kamala Harris, who will be in Washington, D.C. tonight. And then Fox's Rebecca Castor will be live with former President Donald Trump's campaign. That'll be in West Palm Beach, Florida. And then we are live at the party headquarters here in Minnesota for both the DFL and the Republicans. And Secretary of State Steve Simon is going to be joining us. He's scheduled for about 4:30. Also, political analyst David Schultz is here. He and our Tim Blotz are going to dig deeper into some of the big questions surrounding the election and the election process, things like polling. How long might all of this take? We do have a jam-packed couple of hours, so let's get right to it. We want to start here in our region. Polls in Minnesota will close at 8 o'clock tonight. That's also when polls will close in Wisconsin and parts of Michigan, obviously a couple of key battleground states. And a reminder, if you are planning to vote yet tonight, as long as you are in line by 8 o'clock, you will be able to cast your vote. Now, over the next 2 hours, we are also going to talk a lot about swing states. We will focus on 7 of them, which are expected to play a major role in this election. Polls will close in the first swing states at about 6 o'clock our time, and that includes Georgia, Florida, also closing at 6 o'clock. And while it really isn't considered a swing state, of course, it has been one to watch in presidential elections. And then 7 o'clock will really be a big hour our time. That's when polls will close in Pennsylvania and Michigan. And you have probably heard a lot of political analysts talk about how Pennsylvania's 19 electoral votes will tip the presidency one way or the other here. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll also watch Texas, again, not considered a swing state, but it does hold 40 of the electoral votes. Only California has more than Texas. All right, well, 3 months ago, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was chosen to be Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate, and tonight he will be with her in Washington, D.C., watching those election results come in. It'll be at her alma mater, Howard University. Our political reporter, Corin Hoggard, is live in D.C. for us tonight. So, Corin, what do we know about plans for Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz tonight?
Well, Amy, they'll be right here on the campus of Howard University. You can see behind me right now some of the preparations underway. They're still building the stage and getting that podium ready. A lot of flags getting ready to be placed all over that stage. It's a pretty wide stage, probably about 40 feet long, and there are hundreds of media members here from all over the world. They've been here in D.C. the last couple of days, as we have been as well. Of course, this is Vice President Harris's alma mater, and tonight it'll become the first college campus to ever host a presidential election night party, which is a big deal to the people here at Howard University. Festivities start at 8 p.m. Eastern, that's 7 o'clock in Minnesota. In the meantime, Governor Walz wrapped up his 3 months of campaigning in Pennsylvania today. Vice President Harris did a radio tour across all the battleground states, so that is how they're spending their last days before they get here to Howard. Too early at this point, as you mentioned, to know anything. Hard to know if we'll even know anything concrete by the end of the night, but we'll be here following the festivities as Vice President Harris and Governor Walz hope that they get good results as they come in tonight. Amy?
Corin, just as sort of a side note, I can't help but notice everybody behind you. Security and getting through and around in that area must have just been really difficult today.
Yeah, a little bit tougher today than it was last night even, but yeah, it took us almost an hour and a half just to get into the campus. They had to sweep all of our stuff. The Secret Service especially focused on things like cameras and all the electronics. And the funniest thing I saw actually was some of the caterers had about 50 12-packs of sodas, and those had to go through a metal detector one at a time. And so they are being very thorough as people come in here for this event.
All right, Corin Hoggard live for us in Washington, D.C. Thank you for that. We'll check back in with you later. And then, of course, we also know that former President Donald Trump plans to watch the results in West Palm Beach, Florida tonight. So we will take you there live coming up here at about 3:30. We're going to talk with Fox's Rebecca Castor about the former president's plans tonight as those results come in. Again, that's coming up at about 3:30. Back here at home, Minnesota voters, of course, heading to the polls all day today. Still have several hours left to do so. We want to check in now with our Babs Santos. He's at a polling location, I believe, in Minneapolis. And Babs, how's it going there? Have you had a chance to talk to voters at all? Has it been busy at that location?
It's going well. Yeah, we're in Minneapolis at St. Mark's Cathedral. Excuse me. Talked to a couple of voters here, but when we got here about 20 minutes or so, actually, the place was a little bit empty just in the last 20 minutes. More people starting to come in this room, maybe about halfway full, and we would expect in the next couple of hours or so, as people begin to get off of work, more people coming here to cast their ballots. Elsewhere, though, election officials tell Fox 9 they've received a few tips about ballot machines being broken or malfunctioning. And election officials want to remind the public today, when this happens, workers will normally instruct voters to place their ballot in a secure auxiliary compartment. Then, once the equipment is working again, a team of party-balanced election judges may remove the ballots from that compartment to then be processed and counted by the ballot counting equipment. Any ballots stored in one of those compartments are guaranteed to be counted in today's tabulation. A reminder, again, here at St. Mark's Cathedral, all is well. I have checked in with the election judge. All is going well here, but other places around the metro, there have been some ballot machines obviously doing what technology can do on a day like this. While this situation is playing out well here, we will continue to monitor all polling locations around the Twin Cities, and we'll be quick to get in the car and travel somewhere if there are any issues going on that Fox 9 needs to look into to bring our viewers the latest here throughout the afternoon.
All right. Thank you, Babs Santos, live for us in Minneapolis this afternoon. We appreciate it, Babs. Well, the big focus, of course, today on the presidential election, but we're also watching a Senate race in Minnesota, and then all 8 House seats are up for grabs as well. So we want to run through this for you. We want to start with the Senate. Senator Amy Klobuchar facing a challenge from Royce White, the Republican. Now, White played college basketball for the U of M, Iowa State, briefly played in the NBA. Senator Klobuchar seeking her 4th term, and she has won her past elections by large margins, including in 2018 when she received more than 60% of the vote. All 8 House seats in Minnesota on the line tonight. So starting in 1st Congressional District in southern Minnesota, you see Republican Brad Finstad, the incumbent there, his challenger Democrat Rachel Bowman, a lawyer and former Hennepin County elections chief. And then to District 2 now. This is in the South Metro. This is expected to be the most competitive of the House races. Congresswoman Angie Craig winning her past election by 5 percentage points. That district has trended blue, with President Biden winning here by 7 percentage points in 2020. And then Craig's challenger, you see Joe Tayrab. He has served as a U.S. Marine officer, attended both Cornell and Harvard Law School. So that will be one to watch for sure tonight as well. District 3 now to the West Metro. This is an open seat. Dean Phillips, of course, decided not to seek re-election. A once very red district, it turned blue with Phillips. The Democrat running for District 3 is Kelly Morrison. If that name is familiar, she has been in the state Senate. She left that seat to run here. Also, local OBGYN. The Republican in this race, as you can see, is Tad Jude, served in both the House and the Senate. In fact, in 1972, at the age of 21, Tad Jude did become the youngest person ever elected to the Minnesota legislature. And now to District 4 East Metro. Democrat Betty McCollum has held this seat for 23 years, and her challenger Laura Zhang, who became the first Hmong American candidate in the country to win a Republican congressional primary, District 5, now including Minneapolis, parts of the West Metro. Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar seeking her 4th term, winning by 50 points here in 2022. Her Republican challenger, former journalist Dalia Al-Qadidi. District 6 now, including St. Cloud, along with cities west and north of the metro. Republican Congressman Tom Emmer winning that seat by a very comfortable margin in 2022. He is the majority whip in the U.S. House as well, and he faces Democratic challenger Jeannie Hendricks. And District 7 now, including western Minnesota. That's Republican Michelle Fischbach seeking her third term in a district that has voted Republican for president since the year 2000. And her opponent is Democrat A.J. Peters, who is a small business owner. Finally, we want to take a look at District 8, which is northern Minnesota. The incumbent there is Pete Stauber, the Republican. And this is a 2022 rematch with Democrat Jennifer Schultz. And Stauber did win 2 years ago by 14 points. This is also a district that Donald Trump won in 2020. So that is a look at all of those 8 House seats in Minnesota that are up for grabs tonight. Well, stay with us. Plenty more to come. We are inundated with polls this time of year. But how much weight should we give them? Do they even matter? A deep dive with political analyst David Schultz when we come back. Well, welcome back. Throughout the show, we're going to take a look at 7 swing states that will carry a heavy weight in this presidential election. So let's start with the one that a lot of people believe could decide the presidency, and that's Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes on the line here, and that is the most electoral votes of any of these battleground states. And again, many analysts believe that you must win Pennsylvania to win the White House. President Biden won Pennsylvania in 2020 by about 80,000 votes. And in 2016, Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania with an even smaller margin. So it is, by every definition, a toss-up state, including this election cycle. So a little bit of history here. In 10 of the past 12 elections, the winner in Pennsylvania has gone on to win the White House. And one of the storylines, of course, tonight and into the coming days will be how quickly Pennsylvania can count those early voting ballots. This was an issue in 2020. The early ballots could start being processed this morning starting at 7 a.m. However, they cannot be recorded or published until after polls close tonight. So bottom line here, all eyes will be on the Keystone State tonight and also in the coming days. All right, well, our goal in these couple of hours is to sort of bring you a very stress-free election preview show. We want to just slow things down a little bit and really sink into a couple of very important topics. One of them is polling. How exactly does it work? How reliable is it? Our Tim Blotz is with political analyst David Schultz. Tim, I know this is a topic near and dear to David's heart.
It really is, yeah. It seems like there have been a new poll every other day for the past few months now. So we want to pull back the curtain a little bit and talk about how they're conducted and how reliable they are too. So let's start, David, with how they're conducted. Because the methodology has really changed now in the last really 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, you're correct. If we went back 10 or 15 years ago, this was all done by landline, basically the old-fashioned phones calling people at home. And then it shifted gradually to being, let's say, some cell phone. But now it's a combination of a whole bunch of different methods at this point. Some cell phone, a little bit of landline, some of it, and some pollsters may be doing things like in terms of online. So a lot of different techniques. But this is very important to think about here. Because if you think about what we want in a good poll, at the end of the day, we want to have, as best as possible, a snapshot of what we think the electorate, those who are going to show up, what they're actually going to do. So it's kind of like a mini version of who shows up on election day. So we have to come up with a lot of ways of finding these individuals.
And it's getting harder and harder because those of us who are consumers, especially with our cell phones, are getting more sophisticated in recognizing a robocall or a number that we don't recognize, and therefore we don't answer.
Yeah, I was going to say that's going to be it's across the board true. One of the things I'm going to try to argue today too is that among the groups that's really, really hard to poll, especially, are those under the age of 30. And reason why I mention that is that these, both in terms of reaching and figuring out if they are a likely voter, is going to be hard. And if the polls don't quite have that right, and I have a hypothesis that they're not quite capturing those under 30 voters, that could be pretty significant. I don't want to sort of invoke a stereotype, but I'll do it here. But for every parent who has said, for example, I text my kid and I don't hear back from them, that's sort of what we're talking a little bit about here in terms of how do you reach those 18 to 30-year-olds.
So that brings up the question of reliability here. How reliable are these polls that we're seeing?
Well, actually, I'm going to be one of those few people who defend the polls and say that the pollsters have figured out how to do this and have actually gotten pretty good. Back in 2016, the national polls were actually correct in saying Clinton was going to win the popular vote, and she did, and about how much she was going to win it by. Even at the state polls, if you looked at them, they were tracking correctly. Okay, but one of the 2 points I want to make sure people understand right now, first of all, for all the polls that you see about national public opinion, ignore every one because we don't elect the president by national popular vote.
That's the truth.
So we don't care. But the second thing is to keep in mind here is that all polls are going to say, let's say somebody's ahead 45, 44 or something like that with what's called a margin of error. And the margins of errors are determined by how big the sample. And if you got somebody who supposedly had, let's say, by 1 or 2 points, but the margin of error is like 3 or 4 points, we can't infer that much at all from it.
So let's use this as an example. This is one of the latest polls that came out very late last week from the Harris Corporation, very well-known, established pollster organization over the years. And it showed, essentially, Kamala up by 2 points here. Right? Okay, now, here was the sample size. 4,500 people, which is pretty good.
It's a very large sample size.
It's a very large sample size, and that margin of error is very low, 1.5%. It's very rare to see a margin of error this low, right? And what they use as their methodology is an opt-in web panel here. Explain that.
Well, what it is going to be at this point, they're looking for people to, they're basically putting out a broadcast in terms of trying to find people and getting people to opt in, to opt to select to basically to do the survey.
Got it.
Yeah. There could be a little bit of selection bias in terms of it, but pollsters are trying to figure that out, trying to figure out how to compensate for that. And they can do that by looking at past results and trying to make some minor adjustments. But in a poll like this, again, with 4,500 people, margin of error 1.5%, pretty good. But still, think about what we have here. This is saying 47-45. She could actually be at what, 48.5, or it could be what, essentially dead even with the margin of error 1.5.
Let's look at another poll. Okay, this one from Atlas Intel. Again, this one came out last week too, and this one shows Trump up by essentially 2 points. All right, and the sample size here is about 900 people smaller.
Right.
Again, a digital sample.
That's
here,
right.
But the margin of error is bigger.
That's right. That's right. So again, looking at the same thing here, Trump could be up to 51. Harris could actually be in the lead on this one. And that's important to think about here in terms of that margin of error. That partly what we're also getting, besides sample size, that affects a poll. Again, first remember, polls are not predictors, they're snapshots in time. They tell us what's going to happen at a particular time. They're not supposed to be predictive. But the other thing that's important to think about with these polls is that what I want to know as a pollster is who's likely to vote. I don't want to just talk to anybody. What if I talk to a whole bunch of people who are not registered to vote? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So part of where they make their money is figuring out who is likely to vote. And they're not just going to ask people, are you going to vote? Because I hate to say it, we're all going to lie. We're all going to say we're going to vote because that's the right answer to give.
Sure.
They're going to ask a whole series of questions to figure that out. So some of the difference here is sample size. Some of it may be in terms of how they determined who's likely to vote.
Now, the other thing I love about this Atlas poll is they're very upfront.
Yes.
Before you get to the top lines of the poll, that is the results,
right,
they list who they talk to.
Yes.
All right? And I respect this.
Yes.
From a major pollster. They talk to 51% women, 47% men, and then they will weight. So they'll assign a mathematics score to those to try and bring them up to match the general population.
You're absolutely correct here. Now we know that, just to give you an idea here, about 54% of the electorate now is female. This poll came in a little bit shy on it, so they want to compensate for it. But what's really good about this underscores a point that I made before. I want a poll that is a snapshot, a microcosm of what the electorate looks like. Do we think that variables or factors such as race or income or ethnicity, education is one of the big ones now, that the presence of a college degree or not having it is significant. So you want to be looking at that poll in terms of it. Now, if I look at it here, college degree or higher, that may be a little bit high compared to
43%.
Yeah, a little bit high compared to what we know for for what the United States actually is. But given the fact that college people are more likely to vote than those without college degree, that might be fair.
I want to talk next about something that you caution voters about and consumers about, and that is polling averages.
Yes.
Now, there's one website in particular, Real Clear Politics, that does an average like this.
That's right.
In fact, the latest average showed it at a dead heat, right?
Right.
What's wrong with this?
There's a variety of things wrong with it. One of them, these are polls taking at different times and averaging them together is a problem. The other problem is again, they're asking different questions about who's likely voters.
And different methodologies and different people that they're talking to.
That's right. If, for example, all these polls were talking to the same people, using the same methodology, it'd be okay. I don't want to quite say this is the proverbial putting together apples and oranges, but if that helps, this is putting together the apples and oranges here.
Now, another one to perhaps look at, if you want to look at an average poll, this is the New York Times, this is their tracking poll, right? So, and this is the latest tracking poll for them, showed Harris, again, almost equal, 49 to 48%.
Yeah.
But you can see the trend lines in their polls over the past couple of months because they're using the same questions and the same methodology every time.
Yeah, and this is probably a better way of doing it, again, assuming they're actually identifying, again, the likely voters. But notice something also about this poll, by the way, and I like this trend line here. Okay, back here in August, this is about a point here where Biden's exiting, Harris is coming in and so forth like that. But
and you can draw on this, David, if you want. Okay.
So if we get to a point here around the Republican National Convention here, we get a little bit closer to the Democratic National Convention here, we get some spread, et cetera, et cetera. But notice the longer trend.
Okay.
We're not looking at much divergence. And one of the things I want to point out to people, what has struck me about this election, so interesting. If we would go back 2 years ago, 2 years ago, and you were to say to me, who's the likely candidates? I'd say Trump versus Biden. Look at the polls back then. Nationally, they were almost in a dead heat, and the swing states were almost identical in terms of where they were. Now, 2 years later, where are we? The same thing. Public opinion has not shifted that much. A small amount of gyration here, but over a 2-year period, incredible stability in the polls.
All right, and then I want us to talk about the Tom Bradley effect.
Yes.
Okay, this is a phenomenon in polling that goes back to 1982 when longtime Los Angeles Mayor Tom Bradley was running for governor of California.
Correct.
All the polls showed him so far up in this race. And then Election Day happened, and he lost.
Yes.
So explain to us the theory here.
Okay, the theory was that people did not want to, and as we can see, Bradley is African American, and people were saying that a lot of people were not going to say, I'm not going to vote for somebody who's African American. And so they weren't being truthful with the pollster, they were lying. And so what some people are saying is that, do we have a Bradley effect out here? For example, some people are saying, are some people, let us say, shy Trump supporters at this point? There's a little bit of evidence of that maybe in 2016, but again, pollsters think they've compensated for that. In fact, some pollsters are saying they've overcompensated for that. And so maybe, again, we don't know, maybe they're counting Trump support a little heavier so they don't err.
All right, and coming up in our next half hour, why we may not know the revote totals yet tonight. And this will be a great discussion as well coming up at 3:45 here. Amy?
All right. Thanks, you guys. So lots more to come. We're going to check in with Rebecca Castor, who is live in Florida with the Trump campaign when we come back. But first, Amber, do we have this queued up? A little election day palate cleanser for you.
As for his running mate J.D. Vance, he cast his ballot earlier this morning in Cincinnati, Ohio, but we are not expecting him to travel down to Florida tonight to be at this election night watch party.
For how, I don't know if you can hear me now. Sorry, Rebecca. Have you had a chance to talk to anybody within the Trump campaign or close to it to get a feel for how they are feeling as they head into these crucial hours?
Yeah, so a senior campaign advisor with Trump's campaign told Fox that they're feeling cautiously optimistic about their chances today. They were very happy with the Republican early voting turnout in key swing states, and they think they're going to have the turnout today to pull off a win.
And how did Donald Trump and his campaign spend the last 24, 48 hours as they ramped up to Election Day?
Yeah, so Donald Trump, he was campaigning up until really the final minute here. He had rallies in 3 battleground states yesterday. He closed out his campaign early this morning, actually. He took the stage. He was speaking in Grand Rapids, Michigan until 2 a.m. this morning. So a very long night for the former president. He traveled back here to Florida after he closed out that campaign. So when we saw him cast his ballot this morning, naturally, he seemed kind of tired after putting in just a jam-packed week of campaign rallies over the last several days.
Okay, Rebecca, do we expect to hear from him at all tonight that you know of?
Yeah, we are expecting Donald Trump to come speak here. This is his election night watch party where we're coming to you live from right now. We're at the convention center in Palm Beach County. Supporters are starting to trickle in. Volunteers that have been working hard for his campaign, they're going to be here as well. So at some point, we're expecting him to come address this crowd that will be gathered here. What time, though? We don't know that. It's really all going to depend on these early voting returns and if this race will even be called tonight.
All right. Thank you, Rebecca Castor, live for us in West Palm Beach, Florida tonight. Well, let's take a look at Congress now, the Senate and House races that will help decide the balance of power. Right now, Democrats control the Senate 51-49. There are 34 seats up for grabs tonight, including one in Minnesota. So let's start in Wisconsin. Democrat Tammy Baldwin has held her Senate seat there since 2012. And of course, her challenger, Republican Eric Hovde, who is backed by Donald Trump. Hovde's a bank executive. He's poured about $13 million of his own money into that race. That will be one closely watched. To Arizona now, Republican Kari Lake, a former news anchor, facing Democrat Ruben Gallego in that Senate race. Lake ran for governor in Arizona. She lost, and this seat is currently occupied by Kyrsten Sinema, who is a Democrat turned independent, who is leaving the Senate. And then finally, I think we have Texas. Republican Senator Ted Cruz, the incumbent here, facing a challenge from Democrat Colin Allred, and Cruz is currently leading in the polls at this hour. All right, every election, there are questions naturally around the integrity of the process. Minnesota Secretary of State Steve Simon has addressed this, letting voters know what they can expect after the polls are closed. And I think we're going to go now to Amber. We're going to go to So-Young Kim, who is outside the Secretary of State's office in St. Paul. Is So-Young ready to go? Okay, there we go. So Young, how is the state preparing for a fair election with quick results, which is, of course, always the goal?
Hey, Amy, yeah, like you said, we're here right outside of the Secretary of State's office here in St. Paul. Secretary Simon has said throughout this election cycle, he's hoping for high turnout, low drama. So high turnout, right? He spoke and addressed the media earlier this morning, and he says he's cautiously optimistic. Traditionally in Minnesota, there's usually a high voter turnout. In 3 of the last 4 elections, they've held that top spot in 2022. That honor went to Maine, but again, he said he's cautiously optimistic from what he's heard and what he's seen across the state today. And that low drama piece, right? He acknowledged this is an intense election cycle, a lot's at stake. There's a lot of passion, a lot of enthusiasm, but he's hoping for a calm environment across the state. Earlier today, he addressed the media and gave a little bit of an update as he was visiting a polling place in Dakota County, and he says so far, so good. He did reference some equipment glitches, which he chalked up to known issues that were nothing out of the ordinary. Take a listen.
Overall, it's been really smooth sailing. There are occasional issues with equipment, for example, but in most of the counties I spoke to all around the state, those have been resolved. Maybe early things, getting them up and running first thing in the morning, but they've been resolved. Pretty drama-free in the polling places.
As for when we can expect results, as you asked, Amy, he says pretty much in Minnesota we should know by breakfast time tomorrow morning, maybe even sooner, most likely in the wee hours of the night. So it's going to be a late night for his team and for election offices and polling places across the state. Again, this year the deadline for all ballots is 8 p.m. So before those results can be posted, the absentee totals must be combined for that precinct. And we'll have Secretary Simon live with us for another update later in the evening, so stay with us. For now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, So Young Kim, thank you so much from St. Paul, the Secretary of State's office. We appreciate it. Still to come, not every state will see election results delivered in what many might consider a timely manner. Coming up, we're going to take a look at why there were these delays in 2020 and why there could also be some delays this time around. Stay with us. Both of Georgia's senators are Democrats, and polling shows Donald Trump with a slight lead right now, so this one still considered a toss-up. Well, before the break, we talked about some voting delays. We're going to take another quick break, and when we come back, we're going to dig a little deeper into that with Tim Bloss and political analyst David Schultz. Stay with us. Well, welcome back. This is an election where people are going to want results, and they're going to want them quickly, but most importantly, we need them accurately. We had delays, of course, in 2020. We will likely see them again. For more, let's go to our Tim Blotz and political analyst David Schultz.
Yeah, up until 4 years ago, Amy, we were used to finding out who our next president would be shortly after the polls closed, right? By midnight. In fact, Arnon Michigan, who is the head of the Fox News decision desk, he was quoted recently as saying that his over-under is Saturday. Now that's days away yet. We're in a different world now.
But Obama had enough votes on election day plus early voting to put it together. And we saw 4 years ago.
Well, 4 years ago it happened too.
Exactly.
Donald Trump won on election
day.
night. Yes.
Exactly, he won. But you have to add together mail-in and early voting. One of the things that's become really interesting, who has the early voting benefited the most?
Democrats.
Democrats, but more importantly, working women with kids. Because for a lot of people who are watching right now who are female, who've got to what? Pick up their kids, drop them off, go to work, figure out about all the different things they have to do in the course of a day. Voting becomes complicated to do that. And what we saw with the expansion of early voting in the last, let's say, 20 years, it has dramatically helped working women with kids in terms of making it easier for them to be able to vote.
Especially before Election Day.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. And traditionally in the past, the Democratic Party has really embraced early voting and absentee voting and mail-in by ballot.
Correct.
Republicans have been late to the game, so to speak, but they've caught up.
Yeah, Trump 4 years ago discouraged it. He realized that was not working well, and now is encouraging it. And this is a smart strategy because think about it. If I don't want to quite call it a bird in the hand, let's call it a bird in the hand here at this point. Because if you've got people who are supporting you and they've already voted, you know they voted, you don't have to worry about mobilizing them. You now concentrate on the other people, and it's kind of a nice way of sort of being able to get your people out. But the other complexity now is the fact that you don't have to peak on Election Day now. Think about it. If you got millions and millions, and we got what, 50 or 60 million people have already voted at this point, people are making up their decisions across
million early ballots in the state of Minnesota.
Yes.
So that's pretty good. Let's talk about the risks of not knowing right away. And one of them is what? It's confidence in the vote.
Yeah, a lot of people 4 years ago inferred that or believed that because we didn't know, something bad was going on. So start to point out here is that the instances of voter fraud, proven voter fraud in the United States, are in the Powerball region. What I mean by that, you have a better chance of buying a Powerball ticket and winning than showing that there's serious voter fraud in America. Not saying some of it doesn't occur, but the reason why I mention this is that all that early voting was not about fraud. It was about the fact that what? People were voting early, and people didn't understand that early voting, mail-in voting, plus day of election voting equals what? All the votes.
All the votes.
Yes.
Eventually come in. Now, how it works here in the state of Minnesota is we allow early voting.
Correct.
And a lot of those ballots have been processed already, but they cannot be counted, they cannot be recorded until 8 o'clock tonight.
Absolutely correct. And so in Minnesota, all those people who've already voted, we don't know how you voted whatsoever. And we're not.
And that's key.
That's key. We're not going to, because we can't let that leak out. We can't let that leak out because if it did, that could actually have an impact on voting. And in fact, we know that sometimes when let's say elections are called improperly and while voting is still going on, it has an impact. So after 8 o'clock tonight, then all those ballots will be counted and tabulated. Again, the Secretary of State is saying he's pretty confident by the time we wake up in the morning, or if you stay awake all night, whichever you plan on doing, like some of us here.
A lot of us will be up all night.
A lot of us like that, that we're going to have everything counted at that point. But again, some states like Pennsylvania and a few others are not going to have all this information put together. And in a close election, where we're looking at polls that are like less than a 1 point difference between them, those few ballots that are out there could make the difference.
Right. And we will have instances here even in the state of Minnesota, and you and I will talk about this later on tonight, but we've got rural counties like Cook County, St. Louis County, where the local canvassing clerk, they call in the results, right, but then they have to drive them into the county seat.
That's right.
And in St. Louis County, that's Duluth. So someone from the tip of the arrowhead has got to drive all the way down to Duluth, and it takes hours.
Yeah. One of the things to remember here is that our voting machines and the transmission of a lot of this data is not done by the internet. And I mention that because people are saying, well, things could be hacked or tampered with on the internet. There are a whole bunch of other protocols so that doesn't happen. So this takes a little bit of time. And I should also point out, election night, I call it the first draft of an election, because we have a rough idea what happens then. We then do some more counting, but it's not until about 3 weeks later, approximately, that what's called a canvassing board meets that actually certifies the results, because it is not unusual to sort of recount, shuffle around, some things happen, the truck drives down, it's like that.
Right.
Again, none of this is anything about anything illegal taking place or, let us say, suspicious. This is what normally happens, but because elections are so close now, every little thing gets magnified.
And this is also a good time to point out, too, there is a reason why we still use paper ballots in this digital age. And the reason why is because the paper trail.
Yeah,
right?
At the end of the day, if something breaks down in Minnesota, it's the old-fashioned 1, 2, 3 like that.
Exactly.
We've got a backup. Some states a very small number. It's all digital, no paper backup. We've got all types of secure systems in the state. It's called building in redundancy. For people who've ever worked in any organization where you build in redundancies to make sure if something fails, something else is there, we've got those processes here. But that's the most important thing here. We've got the actual paper ballots to be able to count.
It's a long way of answering why we may not have a vote total tonight. But it's going to take some time, especially with all these mail-in ballots. Coming up in a half an hour from now, the act of deciding, the act of voting. How do citizens make their decisions, especially about presidential candidates? The research is really fascinating.
It is.
And that's going to come up at 4:15. Amy?
All right, Tim and David, thank you so much. We'll check back in with you soon, and more to come here, including a closer look at Battleground Michigan. Stay with us. All right, turning now to the battleground state of Michigan. Both campaigns, of course, have spent a lot of time and a lot of money there. 15 electoral votes on the line in Michigan. President Biden won that state in 2020 by about 3 percentage points. And then Donald Trump won this state in 2016, defeating Hillary Clinton by about 10,000 votes. One thing to note here in Michigan, Robert F. Kennedy is still on the ballot, despite dropping out of the race and throwing his support behind Donald Trump. 2 years ago, Michigan did re-elect its Democratic governor, Gretchen Whitmer, and there are 2 Democratic senators currently in Michigan. Polling is favoring Kamala Harris right now by a very small margin. So essentially, it makes Michigan another one of these battleground toss-up states. All right, a long night that could become a long week. Next up, we're going to check in at both Republican and Democratic headquarters right here in Minnesota. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. I didn't set it up quite properly, but that moment of zen that we brought you was actually the North Shore. It was Black's Beach up there by Silver Bay, and one of our viewers, Chuck Olson, is kind enough to share some of that video. So we wanted to just give you that moment to take a deep breath today on this very busy election day. Of course, a lot of focus on the presidential election, but plenty on the line here at home as well. So we do have our own reporters at both party headquarters tonight. Rob Olson is in St. Paul for us with the DFL. We want to start, though, with Courtney Godfrey, who is live in Bloomington tonight. She is with the GOP. Courtney?
Yeah, Amy, in a few hours, we expect this room to be full here at the hotel attached to the Mall of America, where the Republicans will be watching several races very closely. Of course, they're watching the presidential election, but there's also several state-level races that they've got their eyes on, specifically the House, the state House. They believe that there are several seats in greater Minnesota, especially in communities like Eveleth and Cottage Grove, where they think they can flip those seats. Of course, if they're able to flip enough seats, they will regain control of the House. Right now, the Minnesota legislature is completely Democrat controlled, so they're hopeful that tonight will mean some balance of power in St. Paul. But again, right now, it's just set up here at the Republican Party. We do expect to have guests starting to arrive in a few hours. No real big names are expected to be in attendance, but that could change as we go through the night. Amy?
All right, Courtney, thanks. We'll check in with you throughout the night. We appreciate that. Switching now to the Democrats, the DFL party headquarters in St. Paul. Rob Olson is there. Plenty to watch here. Democrats want to hold on to Amy Klobuchar's seat, of course, and then keep Angie Craig in the House for the reasons that Courtney just talked about. Rob?
Yeah, and this party here at downtown St. Paul getting started officially around 8 o'clock. So again, as with Courtney's situation there, they're still in setup mode down here. Pretty much everything's set. It's the media that's still getting set up down here now, but 8 o'clock is when things officially get underway. And to that point, too, is who's going to be here tonight. Well, Amy Klobuchar is very likely to come here to make a speech here toward later in the night, whether or not she, you'll see typically in these kind of election night situations where candidates will come in early, maybe kind of make the rounds, maybe speak to the media, greet supporters, then disappear until they come back to make either a concession or a victory speech. So that's likely what we would see, but we don't know for sure. Nothing is set in stone at this point, but very likely we'll see Amy Klobuchar. Angie Craig may come by here later tonight. Of course, she's got her own election night party going on, but after that, then she may stop by as well. And then, of course, the big thing that we're watching here and that they're going to be watching here is that balance of power in the Minnesota legislature. Currently, the DFL holding a 5-seat majority in the House, but of course, all 134 seats on the ballot too. So we'll be watching to see if that flip-flops in any way, changes, tightens up. And then, of course, on the Senate side, just 1 seat, a special election up for grabs here too. So that's something that they'll be certainly watching closely to see if they maintain that basically a tie in the Senate there. We do expect to see Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan stopping by tonight, whether she will speak or not. Again, still to be determined here. Probably some of the other, Speaker Melissa Hortman, the Senate President Bobby Joe Champion expected to appear. What their role will be here, whether they'll speak at the podium in any way, shape, or form, or if they're just going to speak to campaign workers and volunteers who've shown up, is they, again, watch the closely contested here balance of power for the Minnesota House and Senate. And in terms of the rest of it, then, it is a gathering to watch the presidential election results come in. I can tell you, 4 years ago, I was at the Republican Party headquarters, and, nothing there, obviously, with that election that took days to figure out. Nothing really happened. It just, there was a point where they just said, okay, well, we're not going to know anything tonight. Let's go home. 8 years ago, I was with the Democratic Party that night. And that one, as the results came in, then people quickly left. It really emptied out soon with that one when Hillary Clinton was clear at that point that she was not going to win the presidency in 2016. So you never know how these are going to go, what the energy is like. And again, that is all determined on what happens later tonight. Again, Amy Klobuchar is widely expected to retain her seat. So no doubt we'll be hearing from her at some point. But the rest, still a little bit up for grabs because it's just too early to say exactly how things will happen this evening. Amy, back
All
to you.
right. Yeah, Rob. Okay, we appreciate that. We'll check back in with you as the night goes on. Zhang, who is the first Hmong American candidate in the country to win a Republican congressional primary. District 5 includes Minneapolis, some parts of the West Metro as well. We know that Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar seeking her fourth term. She won there by about 50 points in 2022, and then her Republican challenger tonight, former journalist Dalia Al-Aqidi. And then District 6, we're talking about St. Cloud here, along with some cities west and north of the metro. Republican Congressman Tom Emmer, of course, winning this by a comfortable margin in 2022. He is the majority whip in the U.S. House. His Democratic challenger is Jeannie Hendricks. And then District 7 includes western Minnesota. Republican Michelle Fischbach seeking her third term in a district that has voted Republican for president for quite some time, since 2000. And her opponent, Democrat A.J. Peters, who is a small business owner. And then one more here for you is District 8, northern Minnesota. Incumbent Republican Pete Stauber. 2022 rematch here with Democrat Jennifer Schultz. Stauber won 2 years ago. It was 14 points was the margin there. Also a district that Donald Trump won back in 2020. So again, keeping an eye on all of these local races as well. So when do people typically decide who they're voting for? Is it during the primary? Is it after the convention? For some, it is hours before they head to the polls. We'll have more on that in a deeper dive when we come back. All right, whether you decided months ago or maybe just this morning, we hope that you have had an opportunity to cast your vote or that you're able to get in before 8 o'clock tonight here in Minnesota. Tim Blatz and David Schultz are back now, taking a closer look at how and when people decide who they're going to vote for.
You know, seriously, Amy, one of the most perplexing questions that candidates, the parties, political scientists like David all try to establish year in and year out, especially during the presidential race, is how do voters decide? There's a robust set of data out there, and David, what I love about you is every 4 years he assigns me new textbooks to read, right? And I've got a bookshelf full of them at home. And one of them is a book called The American Voter.
That's right.
Right? And what this is, it's a summary of data that's been collected now for 75 years in what's called the American National Voter Studies.
Correct.
Explain this.
Okay, what it is, political scientists have been trying to build models. As I tell people, the task of political science, describe, explain, predict. Describe who voted, why, for example, why they voted, and then to predict. And what we put together over time is an incredibly rich set of studies that surveys people every 4 years and tries to figure out, why do people vote the way they do? So look at the data here. And by the way, and you're going to bring
back to Eisenhower.
Yeah, back to Eisenhower. And you're going to point out here in a couple minutes here, this stuff, if you go to the University of Michigan, you go to the ANES, American National Election Studies, you can find this data yourself, and it's even set up in a way that you can crunch it yourself. You can actually run some numbers.
It's fabulous. And one of the things that they've established over the years is the researchers who study this data have put together a couple of predictive models, okay?
Yeah.
What my grad school professor would call heuristic devices. And this is one of them. It's called the funnel of causality.
Yes.
What makes people decide who they're going to vote for? And if you're looking at this and have a marketing background, okay, or come from the advertising world, you're going to look at this and say, oh, Tim, that's a marketing funnel.
Yes.
Very much the same thing.
It is.
It starts at the very top, and you've got the time continuum here over the left. So the very first time continuum starts at number 1, and that's the socioeconomic demographics that your walk of life comes from, right, David?
Exactly. So what we're looking at here, for example, is what we're looking at. Okay, we'll get here. What we're looking at here are things in terms of, let's say, your race, your education, your age, all the basic things that marketers already want to know. Because people who want to sell things to you want to know, are women, are men, are people who are more affluent or poor? What are their preferences in marketing? And we start here, and we have an incredible amount of data that tells us differences in voting behavior and decisions based upon these basic demographics. So this is the starting point in terms of our funnel here. But then once we go to that, as you have here for the next one, it's party identification.
And this is big.
Yeah.
That's a big determining factor.
Yeah, it is at this point, because one of the things that we now know is that approximately 95% of people who identify as Democrats vote for Democrats, 95% Republican. And so once we establish our demographics, party ID kicks in. But there's an interplay here too. Over time, for example, we used to see, for example, people who are college educated were much more likely to vote Republican, and working class much more likely to vote Democrat. We're starting to see that shifting a little bit. So demographics. We're going to
tease ahead to a half an hour, and we're going to talk about generational politics.
Exactly.
That fits in perfectly.
Yeah. So we're seeing some shifting here, but these are the first two important ones here. And I want to add something else in here too. Yeah. There's actually a really good article, I think it was in the New York Times today, that pointed this out. Also, is that social demographics also include region, where we live, where we also live, and we have an overlay now. We have an overlay in here where region, social demographics, and party identification overlay along with marketing data. And what I mean by that, you tell me.
What are consumers buying?
What are yeah.
That tips their hand as to how they're going to vote.
Exactly. So you tell me what car you drive, where you shop, where you eat, what clothing you wear. I can make great predictions in terms of how you can vote. I'm going to do some easy ones right now. It's really easy here. Yep. You tell me you drive a Subaru or a hybrid car, I know exactly how you vote. If you tell me you go for your coffee at Dunkin' Donuts or at McDonald's, I know exactly how you vote at this point. We have become what we consume. And so in some sense, I almost want to say we need to add this sort of a new layer here, or in terms of our product preferences.
Well, and the parties have these data sets too. In fact, they have actual programs now, because I've been out and done stories with them. Once upon a time, I think 4 years ago, I went with a group of Republican canvassers, and they had on their iPad what homes on that particular block they needed to go to based upon consumer data that they know were likely going to be a prospective voter for them.
Right.
They can get that granular now.
Yeah. It's at a point, at this point, you know who I think has the best data in America? Grocery stores. And I say that because you shop at Whole Foods, or you go to Cracker Barrel, or you go to Chick-fil-A. Those are really, really good predictors. I was kidding with somebody recently and saying that if I really want to mine the best research in the country, tell me who and where you shop for groceries.
And then we got issues down there, but it comes further down the scale here. And then people make very big decisions on the candidates themselves. So let's talk about those personality traits, because the data over 75 years has come up with another heuristic on the 4 decide, especially as a presidential candidate, who they want to vote for. And it starts out with competence.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we still want to feel like the person who's going to become president is qualified to do the job. And we have evidence over time that when people are deemed not to be competent by a sufficiently large percentage of the population, that's a factor. I'm going to give kind of a great story here. Back in 2008, it was Obama versus McCain. And normally people don't pay attention to vice presidential candidates, but Sarah Palin was McCain's vice presidential candidate. But about 60% of the American public said, we don't think Sarah Palin is qualified to be president. And at that point, people were concerned about McCain's health and age. There's evidence that because of that competence issue, it might have cost McCain a couple of points.
Interesting. And then we have effectiveness. So provides leadership, is inspiring, gets things done.
Yeah. At the end of the day, there's evidence that Americans just want to get things done. They would rather have things done, even if they don't like what's being done, as opposed to the gridlock. And so somebody who's the doer, who's the mover, James McGregor Burns, a political scientist from a long time ago, once said that we like active, and I don't mean like physically active, but we like active presidents who are accomplishing and doing things.
Then we have integrity. Are they moral? Are they honest? Okay? And that, I have to believe, is playing out very strongly in this election.
Absolutely correct here in terms of how people are judging the character, especially about Donald Trump at this point. And then again, you want to have the empathy one too, if you want to say something about that.
Sure, yeah. Empathy comes down here at the very bottom. Cares about me, is compassionate. And that's an important deciding structure for a lot of people.
It is. It's the relatability factor, because there's a sense in which we used to say, do I feel like I could have a cup of coffee or a beer or something like that with the candidate? But it's a sense of, do I feel like the candidate understands my predicament, who I am? And these are important. Now, it's also important to understand here, these are 4. They're not, we're not weighing them. We're not saying one counts 20%, one counts 30%.
But as a composite.
Yeah. Voters judge these 4 factors in the mixes that they find important to themselves.
And I think there's one other important one here that the researchers didn't mention, but I really instinctively believe it's out there, and that is, how does the candidate make me feel? And that goes back to the Ronald Reagan era, where you didn't necessarily agree with President Reagan's politics, but a lot of voters just liked him because they loved how they made them feel. And in fact, I think it was Sam Donaldson, ABC News correspondent, the White House correspondent, very famous at the time, who called Reagan the feel-good president.
And I think this is playing out in this election here. Okay, the way I describe it to my students is that, first off, to run for president, like any office, this is marketing. It's what you're selling a product. You got to tell a story. And watch a commercial, whether it's for cars or whatever, a story's being told. But generally what I want to say is stories that are positive, upbeat, that make people feel good, work well. Reagan's 1984 commercial, which is considered the greatest of all time. His
Morning
theme,
in America.
Morning in America. Bill Clinton in '92 using Fleetwood Mac's Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow. I tell people, don't make me sing when I say this, by the way, is that it all comes down to Annie. Annie from the musical. What's the most famous song? Tomorrow. We as Americans like to be optimistic. We like to hope that tomorrow is a better day. Over the next hill, it's a better place. And so messages that inspire us, that make us feel good, that bring out hope. Hope that things are going to be better.
FDR, we have nothing to fear but fear itself.
Yes, right? Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so let's take a deeper dive here into the data. We're going to talk about that here in a bit. What we're going to do is we are going to go now to some data sets here.
Yes.
And I love this because you talk about that feeling factor that we just talked about with President Reagan. I'm going to bring this full screen here. This is data over 75 years here. Well, this set goes back to 1968.
Right.
Okay. And it's how the voters feel about the presidential candidates. I'm going to set all the way down here at the very end, and I'm going to get out of the way. And you can see just from 4 years ago, you can see the blue line at the bottom. Democrats candidates felt 48% in favor of their candidate. Republicans, the Republican candidate, of course, Donald Trump, not so much. And what I love about this is you can see the polarization taking place here. And again, this is all based upon interviews that the American National Electoral Studies has done with voters post-election.
That's right.
They go down and they sit and they talk with them face to face to get this data. And you can see the dip. Now let's go back to Obama here, okay? He had some pretty high scores here. George Bush took a little bit of a dip, especially in his second run in 2004. Granted, we had the war going on.
That's right.
There was a lot happening here.
That's right.
Okay, let's go back to Bill Clinton in '96 when he won there. Again, very wide support among the feel-good factor. And here, Reagan. No one had a higher score than Reagan, 61%. But Nixon did pretty good too. When he ran in, let me get back here. Reset the zoom, Tim. It won't let me set, there we go. Okay, so let's look at Richard Nixon. 66% when he ran in 1968. Again, he ran on having a secret plan to end the Vietnam War. And the Vietnam War was very controversial at the time. So a lot of voters had confidence in him to bring our boys back home.
If we think about political scientists like doing, again, prediction models, one of the things that we like to look at also, it sort of dovetails what you're saying here, in the second quarter of an election year, like this year, how do people feel about the president or the presidential candidate? And just to give you an idea, is that 4 years ago, at about, let's say, second quarter of this year, like April, May, June, there was about a 39% approval rating for Donald Trump. Wound up losing. Biden this year was about the same position. And so if you have people, less than half the American public, liking you, that's generally not a good sign. And you get down into the 30s, upper 30s, that's usually fatal for you.
Okay, so it brings up a really good point here, David. I want to get out of this screen here, and I want to show you how independents responded to this same likability. Okay, view this full screen. Now, this is independents. Now, see where the independents broke here in the last election 4 years ago? At the very end, they swung Democratic. By a large margin. Which would explain why Joe Biden was elected. He won those independent votes.
Right, and he won them, as you're pointing out here, right near the end of the election when they're still trying to decide. Remember, think about our kind of pyramid. We also have to our pyramid, or I call it a funnel actually myself. As they're deciding, we get down to those few remaining undecided voters who are deciding in the closing days of the election, maybe even on election day. You want to look at how they break. This comes back to our discussion from before, is that polls may not be capturing that we see today what the undecided voters, those independent voters, were doing over the weekend or what they thought yesterday or today.
Okay, now we're going to take a look at another set based upon these election studies over the years. And this is the two major parties. And this one is fascinating too, because it shows, again, 4 years ago, how more people, especially Democrats, came out to vote in this particular election and voted Democratic. And what I love about this is it shows, again, going back to 1948 here,
right.
And you can see the change elections taking place. You can see Ronald Reagan, okay? You can see Richard Nixon. You can see Eisenhower down there. I'm going to hit the resume button here. And you can also see the change elections for Democrats, where the blue dips down, okay? There's Kennedy in 1964. You see it with Bill Clinton here and Barack Obama. So it's a fascinating look over time. So let me get out of this one. We're going to go to one more screen here. And this is the most telling of all, because this one shows when people in the past have made their decision to vote for president. Okay? Let's get over here to the last 4 years, okay, in 2020. And you can see down here that 68% knew all along who they were going to vote for. Knew all along.
Yeah.
More than any other past election in the past 75 years. Now, go all the way down to the bottom. Look down here. The number of people on the lower right who decided to vote for their candidate on election day, just 2%.
Yeah, and we're looking at an election right now. If you look at some of those swing states, it's about 2% undecided, and the polls are suggesting, and all those critical swing states, they're all within what? The margin of error. They're
Which
all
is 2%.
2%. They're almost identical. They're almost neck and neck in all these states. And so what people are doing on election day as they're walking into the ballot, if, by the way, if they decide to vote, that's also the critical thing is some people may decide to say, I'm not going to vote. But among those who show up and vote, it's going to happen today. It's happening right now. And an election that is so close, we may not know because of the polling, because people are making up a decision literally today.
Right.
Yeah.
It's going to be fascinating, and why we're going to be here all night long, and why, again, we may not know based upon the early voting that's coming in. We may not know for a couple of days, but we're going to be here all night long taking a look at just data like this. All right? Amy, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Tim and David. When we come back, we're going to take a closer look at Battleground States, Arizona, also Wisconsin, a big one to watch tonight. We'll go live there when we come back. Okay, let's take you out west now. Closer look at two more swing states, starting with Arizona. 11 electoral votes at stake here. Very close race in 2020. President Biden defeating Donald Trump there by about 11,000 votes. 4 years earlier, in 2016, Donald Trump won Arizona by about 4 percentage points. Now, the former president has focused much of his campaign on border security, and this is really the one true swing state along the southern border. The latest poll showing Donald Trump starting to pull away from Kamala Harris in Arizona. But again, this is considered one of those battleground toss-up states. All right, Wisconsin. Both campaigns here, again, spending a lot of time and money. 10 electoral votes on the line. President Biden won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes in 2020. It was a state that Donald Trump won in 2016, defeating Hillary Clinton. Again, a slim margin there, 23,000 votes. Now, the winner of Wisconsin has won the past 4 presidential elections, is sort of a fun fact with Wisconsin. In fact, 4 of the past 6 presidential races have been decided by less than 1 point in Wisconsin. And polls again showing that the race in Wisconsin essentially a toss-up, as we've seen in so many places. All right, let's go live now to Milwaukee. In that area, Stephanie Quirk with Fox 6, our sister station in Milwaukee, joining us live from a polling place, very rainy just north of Milwaukee. Stephanie, you've been talking to some voters there today. What is the feel like in the Milwaukee area today?
Yes, absolutely, Amy. I feel like people, just from talking to voters at various polling places today throughout the area, the metro Milwaukee area, they're very, very, very certain of how much their vote means in this state. And, you know, that's been clear from voters we've heard on both sides of the aisle. And just with, as you mentioned, candidates coming here and campaigning here just this past Friday, we had dueling rallies in Milwaukee County as both Trump and Harris made their final push to voters in this swing state. And one more thing we've seen that's been very prevalent here, a major jump in the amount of people who went out and early voted across the state. More than 1.5 million people early voted, so cast their ballot before election day today. Major jump up nearly 40% compared to the last elections. And in some areas surrounding Milwaukee, the majority of those people who were registered to vote actually chose absentee rather than day of. Now, we've heard just from poll workers around the area that lots of people that didn't choose early voting, they came out early around 7 o'clock just as the polls opened here before work, perhaps, to go cast their ballots. That's when we saw those really long lines. Now, here in the 4:30 hour, it's likely we're going to see more and more people heading to the polls as people are getting off work. But just a lot of people that feel their vote really, really matters in this election, Amy.
And Stephanie, any reports of any glitches, everything seeming to run smoothly?
We did actually just hear out of Milwaukee County there was an issue with counting. They're going to have to recount around 30,000 ballots due to an issue with, I believe, 12 ballots or 12 counters rather. So they are going to have to recount those 30,000 votes in Milwaukee County. But really, that's the only issue we've been hearing today. We've been just heading around, popping around different areas, specifically areas that have been known to be swing villages, swing towns, things like that, and haven't really seen any issues or really any lines in terms of people coming out, just with the amount of people that went out and early voted.
Okay. And I also wanted to ask you, just kind of zooming out a little bit as you've been covering the elections in Wisconsin, I wanted to ask you about 2 specific demographics of voters, women and then rural voters as well, and their impact. What have you seen?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The most recent Marquette University law poll actually said that 51% of women make up 51% of registered voters, while men make up 48%. And of those demographics that they studied, it shows that majority of those women are in support of Harris. That's aside from rural areas. In smaller villages and towns, as I mentioned, we were out at towns, earlier villages, specifically one village we visited, the village of Thanesville. In 2020, former President Donald Trump beat Joe Biden by just 45 votes in that town. So it just shows you how neck and neck things are in areas surrounding the Milwaukee County, really.
Okay. All right, Stephanie Quirk live for us just north of Milwaukee in Germantown. We appreciate your time. Thank you. Well, elections naturally bring out questions about the process, the ballot counting, the timing of the results. We wanted to bring in Minnesota Secretary of State Steve Simon. Now, thank you so much for joining us here. Clearly a very busy day for your office. Any sense of voter turnout here on day of?
Yeah, I have reached out now either in person or on the phone to over 20 different counties of our 87 counties, and I'm still going this afternoon. And what I'm hearing over and over and over again is, at least anecdotally, they're observing a lot of turnout, despite the weather. I'm asking them about the soggy weather. It's soggy, it seems, in most of Minnesota today, and they say that doesn't matter, that they're seeing a lot of numbers, including in pockets that you might not expect. They're saying, sure, you expect a morning rush and an evening rush, but not the middle of the afternoon. And they're seeing some of that as well. So at least the reports I'm getting, based on the folks on the ground in about 20 counties, is they're expecting really high turnout.
The other couple of components here, of course, early voting, absentee voting. So what can you tell us in those two spaces?
Yeah, when it comes to early voting by absentee, we have more than doubled the mark that we set at the same point 8 years ago in 2016. Now, 4 years ago in 2020, that kind of blew up the averages. It was COVID, it was a pandemic, and people really, really flocked to voting from home in particular. So we're not as high as we were in 2020, but we're more than double what we were at the same point in 2016. So overall, it sounds like big turnout before the election, and at least the reports I'm getting are big turnout today as well.
And can you explain to folks with the early voting how that process works when counting the ballots?
Right. Well, we don't differentiate between an early ballot and one cast today. We don't in our office count the ballots, but our partners do in counties and cities and towns throughout Minnesota. So everything is mixed together. There's no separate count for, what candidate A got among the early voters and what candidate A got among the day of the election voters. They're all mixed in after the polls are closed tonight at 8 o'clock. So you can't differentiate. A vote is a vote is a vote. They're all counted equally, but that's how it works in terms of tabulating.
Have you seen, and I think we have all seen, changes in voter habits, the how, the when over the years? Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, definitely. So in 2018, so 2 years before COVID, we had about 24% who voted early, either in person early or from home early. And then that shot way up to 58% during COVID, more than doubling, came back down to earth again to about 26%. But our sense is this year it's climbed, and maybe significantly. We won't know until the end of tonight just how significantly, but people seem to have gotten a taste for it in the last presidential election in 2020 because of COVID. And apparently they like it. So we are guessing that there's going to be a sizable boost in the percentage of people who chose to vote before Election Day.
Yeah. Paper ballots, Steve, people wonder, they ask, here we are in 2024, we are still using paper ballots. So what's the thinking behind that?
Oh, you got to go with paper. And most of the rest of the country is trying to get to paper. We've already been a paper state for a long time. That's because at the end of the day, that's your insurance policy. So if something were to go wrong with a particular piece of equipment, which we're confident won't happen, but if it did, you've got something you can touch and feel and see. In case you're challenging a result at the end, we got to keep that stuff under lock and key for 2 years after every election. It's just, as I say, a great insurance policy and a great way to just ensure the integrity of the process.
Have there been any glitches, any bumps in the road today that you know of so far?
A few minor issues that were almost immediately corrected. Things like a machine not working, but they follow the protocol, they shut it down, they started it up again, and then it was working. Things like that. So there are sporadic issues around the state, but nothing that's, really particularly widespread.
And then finally, I just want to give you an opportunity to speak to those who may not have gone yet to the polls. We want to remind people, as long as you are in line by 8 o'clock tonight, that your vote will be counted. But to those who are going and who may be concerned over issues of potential voter fraud or interference, what is your message to them tonight?
Right. Well, my message is we have a very redundant, resilient system. There are backups and redundancies and checks and balances before, during, and after the process. And so people should really rest assured that we have a system of integrity. It's fundamentally honest and secure. And remember, the folks that are counting the votes, They're spread out over thousands of places across the state. That's by design. It's decentralized. It's your friends and neighbors that are doing the actual vote counting. And there's always a check after the election, both at the county level and then again at the state level. And I would just add, if anyone has any sort of issue or wants to talk to a human being about something that they've observed or they've seen or a question, they can either go to our website, mnvotes.gov, that's mnvotes.gov, or call us, talk to a live human being for the next few hours, 877-600-VOTE.
Okay. All right. Secretary of State Steve Simon for us here in Minnesota. We appreciate your time on this very busy day. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, coming up, we just talked about it. Voting habits have changed over the years. Maybe you've noticed it yourself or your family or friends. Political analyst David Schultz is back with Tim Blotz, and they're going to dig into that coming up next. Stay with us. All right, welcome back. Over the last couple of hours, we've been taking a look at 7 of the key battleground states. We wanted to take a closer look at the last one here, which is Nevada. This is the swing state with the smallest number of electoral votes, but a late poll closing time, so that you always wonder if it's going to come into play during a close race. 6 electoral votes on the line here. Joe Biden won Nevada in 2020 by little more than 2 percentage points. Hillary Clinton also won here in 2016. So Donald Trump trying to win a state here that he has never won before. In fact, George Bush, the last Republican to win Nevada in 2004. The latest poll showing Nevada, again, a toss-up, and those polls close in Nevada 9 o'clock our time. All right, the way that voters have aligned themselves with a political candidate or a party has really changed over the last few decades, 50 years or so. Let's check back in with Tim Blotz and David Schultz now to take a closer look, guys, at this generational shift.
Yeah, and this is absolutely David's wheelhouse here. David invited me to a couple of his classes at Hamline University, where he took all of us on this deep dive into what's called generational politics here. And it begins with these 2 curves.
Yes.
Take it away, Professor.
Yeah. I want to start by saying that I give probably 50 talks a year to community groups.
Yeah.
People will pull their hair saying, isn't the most polarized we've ever been in American society? And I say, not quite, but there's a change that's occurred.
Yeah.
If we went back to the 1970s, looked at public opinion polls, mapped out political attitudes on a continuum from liberal to conservative or conservative to liberal, we would form a bell-shaped curve. What we would find is that the vast majority of the public converge to the center, and towards what we would call in political science the median voter. What we would also know back in the 1970s is that the center for the Democratic Party would be about here, center of the Republican Party about here. We knew that both of the political parties were ideologically mixed. You would find liberals, moderates, conservatives in both parties. And what we would find back in the 1970s, about 1/3 of the U.S. House seats came from what we call swing seats. What's happened over a 50-year period is we've gone from a bell-shaped curve to what a bimodal curve, or if you want to call it a double hump curve at this point. Yes, theoretically, there still is a voter halfway between the two, but what's happened over time is that the parties have ideologically sorted themselves out, and the centers of the Democratic and Republican parties have moved further and further apart. We can actually graphically match out how, over time, Democrats and Republicans are moving to different neighborhoods, different regions, sorting themselves out within the parties, and driving them further and further apart. And one of the ways in which this has happened over time, and one of the ways in which we are divided, is by a generational shift that's going on.
So when did this start happening, David?
It starts, if we went back to 1974, we would still be like this. We started seeing this a little bit in the 80s, a little bit in the 90s. If we actually had kind of a time series graph, we could show the breakdown that goes, you know, something like this. I'm not drawing it really well here, but we would show eventually the split like that. Pardon my bad artwork here or something like that. But we could show this. It's really in the 90s that it starts to accelerate. So, and part of what's starting to drive that in the 90s is a shift in terms of which generations are in American politics. Now, many people will want to say that, well, in general, as you get older, you shift your political attitudes. The argument being what? You're liberal when you're young, conservative when you're older. But the reality is that the views that we imprint in ourselves as a generation that occur in our adolescent teenage years, whole time. And so we think about these generational influences that affect us. And so what we've looked at over time, and I'm doing, this is where most of my research is right now, is on generational influence. For some of you who are working out there, you've probably been to training sessions at work that talk about what working across generations. Or for those of you who are in marketing, know that what one generation may find interesting to sell to them is different from different ones here. And what we've seen over time here is different generational influences, and how, as a collective, as a group, as a generation, we come to experience some major event in our adolescence that imprints us in terms of how we think about the world. And then, but we're in our adolescence. We don't have a lot of political power at that point. But over the next 20 years, an older generation exits, we enter in, and gradually we shift.
And that's what we're seeing right now.
Yes.
The greatest generation, which was born in roughly 1900, has largely exited the voting pool.
Exactly, exactly. And they were the generation who would have been imprinted with things such as, for example, let's say the Depression, the New Deal, as big variables here.
And World War II.
Of course, World War II. And then 20 years later, they are the generation in power during what? The Vietnam War, during the Great Society programs.
Right.
See the difference here? What they're imprinted at in their adolescence, what fixes in their memory that helps form a vision, then influences them as a generation, of which then they now act on their beliefs 20 years later. So think about it. Imprinting, action, imprinting, action. Silent generation, we're starting to see really the last vestiges of the silent.
They're starting to exit out as well.
That's right. And same with the baby boomers a little bit too. But what's really fascinating about this is that we know that each one of these generations has different political attitudes and different views in the world. I mean, I want to just sort of concentrate on the baby boomers, because there may be a lot out here, is that defining events for them are going to be the Cold War, assassination of JFK. Younger baby boomers, it would have been what? Nixon presidency. Right. By the time we start to get to people like the millennials, Gen Z, and so forth like that, we start to get things, for example, like Columbine, 9/11. We get to a variety of other sort of factors that are influencing how they think about the world.
So how do they think about that then politically? Like, let's say the Gen Zers who, well, and maybe even the millennials, who had the experience of 9/11 and then and then the Gulf Wars, and the war in Afghanistan after that. How does that affect them?
Well, we're starting to see that now, because you're right, because it affects them, again, they're adolescents. Defining adolescence is roughly teenagers, let's say 13 to 17, 18. Some debate among psychologists exactly that.
Yeah.
But then we start to see how they now enact certain types of maybe public policies or in terms of laws. But the other thing that's important to look at here too, if we go across just like this, there's also another shift, two other shifts that are going on here, is the demographic shift, not just by generation. We go from here to here, we're looking at a generation here that was incredibly white, Caucasian, Christian. And we've become...
Not anymore.
Not anymore. We're down to a point now, when we get down to the millennials and Gen Z, this is really interesting now. The United States is one of the most rapidly secularizing countries in the world. We get to this generation's up here, 95% are going to say they believe in God or Christianity or religion is important in their life. You get down to here, barely 40%. So we're looking at a demographic shift. We're looking at attitudinal shifts, because remember from our earlier, demographic shifts oftentimes bring with it political shifts in terms of orientations.
Right.
And so
moving forward now.
Yeah, we're on the cusp of one of the most remarkable transformations in American history, that we are going to become within a decade a majority non-white, Caucasian, non-Christian. What is that going to mean in terms of the shift? As we're now starting to see the millennials and Gen Z, and they're huge. They are like 70 million, 80 million, 90 million each, a shift. 2020 was great. 2020 was the first presidential election in 30 years where the baby boomers weren't the largest generational voting bloc. They were 37%, millennials and Gen Z surpassed them. Now, baby boomers are even a smaller percentage. Gen Z and millennials are nearly 40%. And we know that they more likely identify as more liberal and oftentimes more oriented toward the Democratic Party, but not necessarily. The way I've been describing it in class, these newer voters who are coming up view the two major parties like two restaurants. Each restaurant has a different menu, and they want some things on one menu, on another menu, mixing around. So we're not only going to see we're
going to see them change up a lot.
They're going to change up a lot. They're going to change up, and it's
right.
going to mean the parties are going to change in terms of what they believe in. So why this election is so important, I've been arguing this election is going to come down to the new emerging voice of younger voters. Harris wants to mobilize young female voters under the age of 30. Trump wants to mobilize young white male voters without a college degree under the age of 30. So both of them.
That's what we've seen played out.
Exactly. So in the last week or so, we've got endorsements, the Taylor Swifts, the Joe Rogans. This is all about trying to capture these new voices.
All right, David, thanks. Amy, we'll send it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Thank you, David. We appreciate you. Thank you for joining us for this streaming Election Day special. We will have extensive election coverage for you all night as the final votes are cast and those results start to roll in. Again, polls across Minnesota and Wisconsin close at 8 o'clock tonight. If you are in line by that time, you will be allowed to cast your vote. Again, we're live with extensive team coverage all night long. We'll be streaming it right here all night. Also on air on Fox 9 at 5 and 6, and then Fox 9 Plus at 7 o'clock. Of course, your evening news on Fox 9 at 9 and 10 o'clock. And then when we're off air, you can find us online. It's Fox Local. You can download that at fox9.com. And then Tim and I are going to see you back here in just a few minutes for Fox 9 News at 5 o'clock. As we let you go, we're going to take a look at some scenes from polling places around the metro today. Now on Fox 9 News at 5, it's Election Day in America, and voters across Minnesota are lining up at the polls to make sure their Now on Fox 9 News at 5, it's Election Day in America, and voters across Minnesota are lining up at the polls to make sure their voices are heard.
And it just felt like a really big and wonderful thing that I got to do this morning.
From the polls to the party headquarters, Fox 9 is live with the latest. University of Minnesota political science professor Catherine Pearson joins us in studio to talk about what's at stake in the big races. And a rainy election day in Minnesota, Ian Leonard has your forecast.
This is Fox 9 News at 5.
And thank you for joining us here on Fox 9 and on Fox Local. I'm Amy Hockert. It is finally here. It is Election Day.
And I'm Tim Blotz. We made it, right? At least so far. From the presidency to the House and the Senate and all of your local elections, too. Fox 9 is on the ground with all of the major races. In fact, our team of reporters are standing by with the latest from both parties. And we begin in our nation's capital.
Yeah, Corin Hoggard is in Washington, D.C. tonight. That's where the Harris-Walz campaign will be this evening. Corin, what is the latest from, I believe, Howard University, which is Kamala Harris's alma mater?
Yeah, Amy and Tim, this is the campus of Howard University, and you can see behind us preparations are still underway for tonight's party. They actually constructed much of what you see on this stage just in the last few hours. You can hear them checking some audio. They've been doing some rehearsals for some of the performances here in the last 30 minutes. We are gathered on risers with hundreds of members of the media from all across the world and getting a good taste of the audio check here right now. But this campus is important to Vice President Kamala Harris. This is her alma mater, and tonight it becomes the first college campus to host an election night party for a presidential candidate. That doesn't start for a couple hours yet. They will start letting people in here for the celebration here very soon, but the actual celebration itself won't start until 8 p.m. our time. So in the meantime, Governor Walz was out on the campaign trail still today in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. The vice president herself made a bunch of radio calls to battleground states, and she's having dinner tonight in D.C. with her family, which is an election tradition for her. And then they'll be over here later tonight as this party gets going in about 2 hours. So we'll be here monitoring their election night and wrapping up that 3 months of campaigning for Governor Tim Walz and a little more than that for the vice president herself. We're live in Washington, D.C. Corin Hoggard, Fox 9.
Corin, real quick, I'm just curious if the campaign has given you any indication what may happen tonight where you are.
I lost you a little bit there, Amy, but if you're asking about, when they're going to know anything or what is going to go on here when she might come out, no indication yet. They will be waiting for the returns, of course, to come in, just like we will be, and we'll be broadcasting those on Fox 9, but they'll be getting some of those polls that kind of come out before they know the exact votes. That won't lead them to come out here and talk yet. So we're not expecting them to actually come out and talk until quite late in the evening, possibly as late as 11 or even midnight tonight. Amy?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Corin Hoggard, live for us in Washington, D.C. tonight.
Well, our team coverage continues back here in Minnesota. Our Rob Olson is standing by at the Intercontinental in St. Paul at the riverfront, where the DFL is holding its election party tonight.
We're going to hold on to Rob for just a second, though. We want to go to Courtney Godfrey. She's at the Radisson Blu Mall of America in Bloomington. That's where the Minnesota Republican headquarters is holding their event tonight. So, Courtney, what are we expecting from the GOP here in Minnesota?
Well, there's a lot of energy coming in to tonight. The GOP chair telling me that they are confident going in to tonight, saying that while many are saying Donald Trump has no chance of winning Minnesota, they're feeling confident, especially after his results in 2016 and coming so close to winning this state. But there's also some big races that they're watching statewide, specifically the potential to flip the state legislature. They believe that there's about a half a dozen seats in the House that are up up for grabs that they believe can move to Republican tonight. Those are districts that lost to Democrats by only a few hundred votes last time, and they do believe that they can flip those back and regain control of the state house. There's also a special election out on Lake Minnetonka in the state Senate race. That is historically a blue district, but they are feeling confident in that race as well. As they say, exit polling tells them that Minnesotans do want a divided legislature, that Minnesotans do not want the Democrats to have control anymore. Especially, they're feeling confident among independent voters. And GOP Chair David Hahn told us earlier that that's where they think they're going to pull a lot of votes.
People are really looking for a change. They are dissatisfied with the way Democrats have governed the state. So we think in the House races, that half dozen or so that are heavily contested, that Republicans need to gain 4 of those to win a majority. I think that they will do that.
Again, they do think that dissatisfaction with the economy, border policies, and crime will pull independent voters to vote Republican this time around. But only time will tell. The party here starts at about 7 p.m., which is when we'll start to see this room filling up, and we'll be bringing you updates throughout the night. I'm going to toss it over to my colleague Rob Olson, who's at DFL headquarters, with an update there.
Yeah, the party here planning to start around 8 o'clock, and how late it goes, well, we shall see. There's been certainly parties in the past where we've just, they've said, okay, well, certainly 4 years ago, they said, well, I guess we're done until we learn more. But joining me now is the DFL chairman from Minnesota, Ken Martin. Ken, starting with the presidential race here, the last polling I saw showed about a 5-point margin for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. Do you expect that polling to hold up with the results we'll see tonight?
Well, look, we've still got a few hours left until the polls close, so, I'm not going to make any predictions here, but we feel pretty, cautiously optimistic, or as I heard someone say, nauseously optimistic recently. No, look, it's, it's going to be close all throughout the country. I expect no different here in Minnesota, but based on what we've been seeing in the field over the last several weeks, I expect Vice President Harris and Governor Walz to win Minnesota.
Would you expect any increased turnout in Minnesota when this is all said and done? Always a very high turnout state, but certainly we saw a onslaught of early voting lines too.
We did. I mean, 1.2 million Minnesotans voted early in this election, which is, outside of 2020, a record in this state. And so, and I would expect in terms of election day voting that you'll see a pretty high turnout here as well. At the end of the day, I hope that Minnesota will be #1 in voter turnout again. I expect they will be.
Quickly, too, turning to the Senate races, Amy Klobuchar expected to win again. Angie Craig in a tighter race. How do you see that one?
Well, look, I mean, CD2 race is always tight, but in the end, as I've always said, there's no one that's going to outwork Angie Craig, and that's been true this election cycle. I think her hard work, she's certainly outworked Joe Tayreb. In these final few hours left, I have no doubt that Angie Craig will win that race. I'm not sure the margin, but she'll be re-elected to Congress.
And then quickly, the State House here, the legislature, pretty tight balance of power there. How do you see that playing out?
Well, I feel really good. We've had great candidates running really vigorous and robust campaigns for months now, and so again, they will be close, but we have 3 hours left, so if you haven't voted yet, get out there and support your state rep candidate.
All right, DFL Chair Ken Martin, thanks for joining us. I know you got a busy evening ahead here. We're going to send it back to the studio now.
All right, thanks, Rob. Well, the polls close in less than 3 hours from now, and you just heard Ken Martin say, Steve Simon, the Secretary of State, also confirming that more than 1.2 million Minnesotans voted early in this election, and soon the ballots, they're going to be counted. Our Bab Santos for us is live in St. Paul tonight. So, Bab, what's the mood among the people you've been talking to so far? Set the scene for us.
Yeah, it's been a pretty tame afternoon. We're in St. Paul now after first stopping at a polling place in Minneapolis, and this has been the scene for much of the day. Pretty tame, pretty orderly, not that long of lines. I did speak with the election judge here in the Highland neighborhood who said already 85% of registered voters have come by, and he's expecting that number to reach somewhere in the 90s. And of course, in the last hour or so, we also heard from the Minnesota Secretary of State on Fox 9 who said there have only been reports of minor sporadic issues around the state today. For example, a machine not working, needing to be shut down and started back up before it will begin working. Still, election officials want to remind the public when that happens, if that happens, ballots are just placed in a secure compartment while the equipment is fixed. And then once the machine is back up and running, ballots are counted. They guarantee all ballots will be counted, even if taken in at a time when the machines are not working. And today, voters have said, they've told us over in Minneapolis that they are trusting this process.
I just have enough faith in our government to believe that they wouldn't do something like that.
Tonight we will be monitoring these polling places around the metro to keep sure that there isn't any problems or issues in the Twin Cities. Of course, if there are any that go further than those minor issues the Secretary of State was describing earlier, we will be there and we'll bring that to you here on Fox 9. But for now, I'll send it back to you from St. Paul. Babs Santos, Fox 9.
All right, Babs, we've got a lot to cover here tonight.
U of M political professor Catherine Pearson joins us. Thanks so much for being here on such a busy day. Set the stage for us, particularly in the presidential election, where we have these battleground states with razor-thin margins.
There are 7 swing states, and all the polls are within the margin of error. 1-2 percentage points, but all a statistical dead heat. And so anyone who's been following the latest twists and turns just know that they are very close. It will come down to turnout, and it's possible that they could all go in the same direction. It's also possible that each of the 7 could go their own way. And so we won't know. It is possible that we won't even know tonight.
And it's interesting because these polls all have the results within the margin of error, and it's entirely probable that maybe one of the candidates exceeds that margin of error, gets that 2 percentage points higher than what the polls are saying, right?
Oh, absolutely. We saw that polls were off in 2016, we saw that they were off in 2020, and we saw that they were off in 2022. And with each succeeding cycle, the pollsters sort of understand what they got wrong and try to correct it, but we really just don't know because they're within the margin of error.
As these results start to roll in tonight, are there bellwethers for you? Any states or any trends that you're going to be watching?
Right. Well, certainly we'll look to Pennsylvania, which is that key swing state with 19 electoral college votes, but the mail-in and absentee ballots that are occurring in Pennsylvania can't be counted until today, and so that could be, that could take into tomorrow or even later to call. We'll obviously be looking to some of the other states for key Senate races, like Ohio, even if it's not a swing state at the presidential level.
You just heard Ken Martin say they've got a relatively high confidence level, reasonably, nauseously high confidence level that Harris will do well here. Wisconsin is a different story, right? That could be another bellwether.
Absolutely. Wisconsin is one of the 7. It went for Biden in 2020 and it went for Trump in 2016. And in both of those races, it was key to the winner's electoral college victory. Has 10 electoral college votes. Often goes the way that Michigan goes as well in Pennsylvania. Democrats refer to those Rust Belt states as the blue wall and are very important to both candidates to win the electoral college.
Really quickly, with just the few seconds we have left, tampering expectations for tonight and into the coming days. What should their mindset be?
Well, 4 years ago, we found out that Biden won on Saturday because it was a close race and it just took that long to count the votes. And especially in key swing states like Nevada, Arizona, it just takes a long time to process the votes.
Stand by to stand by.
Exactly.
It's like we'd like to say.
Catherine Pearson is going to join us shortly again for another segment, so we look forward to that. Thanks for being here. And we will have more headlines coming up right after this break. Stay with us. Some other developing news around our area today. Minneapolis police say a 13-year-old was shot and killed overnight. A 14-year-old suspect has been arrested. Officers arrived at the apartment where it happened in the Near North neighborhood around 1:30 in the morning. 2 women and other children were in the home when that shooting happened. Minneapolis PD saying that they are familiar with both of those boys and they are still putting together the sequence of events.
Now in St. Paul, a 911 caller told officers that he shot a man who tried to assault him last night, and that man later died after a car crash. Now, that alleged assault happened last night on Front Avenue, near Front Skate Park. That 911 caller said the man who attacked him drove off in a red car. Officers found that vehicle when it crashed at the corner of 12th and Cedar downtown. Inside, they found a man who'd been shot and was not breathing. He was ultimately pronounced dead. No word on any arrests or anything else yet. Well, a lot of voters across the metro needing an umbrella for their trip to the polls. We'll have to wait and see whether today's weather affected any of the election results so far. But Steve Simon here within the last hour telling Amy Hockert that no, he's been talking to polling officials across the state, and in fact, they're not seeing any evidence that there's any weakness in voter turnout across the state, which is good, encouraging.
Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard is here. We also went out to live to the Milwaukee area where a reporter there was standing under an umbrella. So soggy here, soggy in Wisconsin on this election day, Ian.
I think it tends to give people pause for thought before they get out the door. But if you got your umbrella and your coat and you're motivated, man, you are heading out. I've said it for years. Rain is hardly any kind of an excuse not to get out and take care of the vote. Here you look at storm vision over the last 6 hours. A veritable pipeline of moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico. But notice that pipeline. It is slowly beginning to shift away as it pulls here off to the east around this area of low pressure just south and southeast of our location. The moisture shuts off very quickly this evening. There's not a lot more on tap overnight with all of this moisture. I think you'll expect some patchy fog under a slowly clearing sky. The heaviest rains denoted there in the yellow and orange, and as they pull away, you'll get this line right along 94 where the rain is starting to shut off. And then that shut-off mechanism, so much drier air on the back of that area of low pressure, well, that cuts everything off here in the next hour. So some drizzle outside. It's a little breezy, it's cloudy, it's damp, and it is cool with winds wrapping around that low here out of the north and the northeast at 5 to 15 miles per hour. Temperatures on the cooler side, I'll grant you that. 39 in Hibbing, 44 in Hutchinson, and the city's 46 right now in Red Wing. And a live look outside and you're like, oh, man, it certainly does feel like fall. It is 5:17. It is already dark outside, and we are at 44 degrees with that breeze out of the north. Now, set up here for the next few days. As the rain fades away this evening, a little bit warmer, but the key here, dry. Tomorrow into the day on Thursday before rains return this weekend. Bad timing as you look through Saturday and Sunday. You know, I was away for the last few days, and before I left, a river birch on my property hadn't dropped all its leaves. I was like, oh, well, I get home and they're all there and they're soggy and they're nasty, and I'm like, oh, great. I've got a couple of warm, dry days to get rid of those leaves, as you do too. Patchy fog overnight. Upper 30s is where we start tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, highs in the upper 40s as the clouds fade into just a few clouds tomorrow evening. Temperatures start to reset down into the 40s. So now you pick this up over the next 7 days. Slightly warmer tomorrow. Call it nice. Mainly sunny on Friday as we top out at 50. Nice again. Cloudy periods on Friday. High temperatures in the low 50s. Now, set up for the weekend. On Saturday, a chance of rain. But really, it's Saturday night into Sunday. A much better chance of showers here Sunday on and off. The possibility is definitely there for another ½ inch of rain, which if you were watching over the last few weeks, I've been saying we need the rain before we get to a freeze because we went so dry over that period from September 1st forward. We were over 5.5 inches below average for rain. So I know you look to the weekend and you see my forecast, but listen, I'm telling you, this is great news. All the rain we can get now before the freeze comes later as temperatures stick in the low 50s next Monday and Tuesday. It's a pretty good looking fall forecast. At least we don't have that bitterly cold air yet. So it's important to pause there.
Absolutely. We know it's coming. All right. Thank you, Ian. Well, coming up, Minnesota Secretary of State Steve Simon has been talking to us this afternoon. He's looking for a smooth election day, so we'll bring you a live update after the break.
To ensure compliance with federal voting rights laws, the Department of Justice is monitoring dozens of jurisdictions across 27 states, including Minnesota and Wisconsin. Now, this is a regular practice for the DOJ to protect the voting rights of all eligible citizens. And this election, the staff will be present at 86 jurisdictions. In Minnesota, that includes Hennepin and Ramsey County, as well as the city of Minneapolis. In Wisconsin, we're talking about the cities of Milwaukee and Wausau in the central portion of the state, and the towns of Lawrence and Thornapple.
Well, the Office of the Minnesota Secretary of State is responsible for making sure that the voting runs smoothly, of course, across our state.
Yeah, our So Young Kim is live at the Secretary of State's office in St. Paul. And So Young, with more than 2.5 hours now, yeah, the clock is ticking down. Is there a sense now of how things are operating today as we get ever so much closer to closing time?
Secretary Simon says so far so good in address to the media earlier today while he was visiting a polling place in Dakota County. He did mention some equipment glitches, but he chalked them up to nothing out of the ordinary that was resolved relatively quickly. So smooth sailing throughout this election cycle. Kind of his slogan has been high turnout, low drama. That's what he's hoping for, and it looks like that's the way it's faring today. In terms of high turnout, traditionally Minnesota has had a high voter turnout, taking that top spot in 3 of the last 4 elections. In 2022, Maine took that top spot, but Secretary Simon says he's cautiously optimistic that Minnesota might reclaim that honor. And in terms of low drama, like I mentioned, there were some known equipment glitches, but other than that, it seems to have been pretty calm at the polling places. And as for results, he says we could probably expect to have Minnesota results, either all or substantially all of those results by breakfast tomorrow. And again, polling and the ballot deadline is 8 p.m. tonight. So before results can be posted, that precinct must combine all absentee ballot totals for that precinct. And we'll hear more from Secretary Simon live later in the evening. So stay with us. For now, I'll send it back to you.
All right. Sounds good, So-Yeon. Appreciate it. Okay, we've got more election night coverage coming up. We're going to be inside the headquarters of both major Minnesota parties.
Plus, we're talking the Minnesota congressional races that could help determine the balance of power in the House. Here in Minnesota, political science professor Catherine Pearson will be back with us in studio. Stay with us.
Thanks so much for watching us on Fox 9 and Fox Local this election night. I'm Tim Blotz.
And I'm Amy Hockert. From the White House to the House and Senate, nearly 500 national races will decide the balance of power in our nation's capital. Our Fox 9 team covering all the major races, of course, including right here in Minnesota. The plan for us was to go to our Karen Scullin with the GOP tonight. A scheduled security sweep has delayed that for us, but we do have Maury Glover at the Intercontinental in St. Paul Riverfront, who is with the DFL tonight. Maury, I know things are just getting started there. What can you tell us?
Well, no security sweep here. It's still a couple of hours before this ballroom actually opens to the public, but the Democrats are definitely going to be kind of hoping for a big night here. Obviously, you can see quite a setup. They have a digital screen behind the podium there and expecting this room to be packed later on this evening. Now, the Democrats are hoping to retain, control of the state capitol. This year, with this election, their trifecta there, also hoping to maybe pick up a congressional seat in the 3rd District. So we'll have to see what happens, but this is one of the other features here. You can see folks are getting their picture taken in front of the big, I guess this would be an Instagrammable wall or Instagram wall, the DFL balloons here. But Democrats optimistic that with Amy Klobuchar and Governor Walz at the top of the ticket, that will bring out a lot of Democrats and help those down ballot races. But for now, we will be here all night and we will bring you everything that happens. But for now in St. Paul, reporting live, Maury Glover, Fox 9. All
right, Maury, we've got a long night ahead of us, but a lot of help breaking everything down here, too.
Yeah, we've had some good help. We had David Schultz here earlier, and we have Catherine Pearson, a U of M political science professor, with us. Thank you so much. We wanted to talk a little bit more about what's happening in Minnesota in this segment. So let's start out with that Senate seat, the U.S. Senate seat, which is, of course, Amy Klobuchar up against her challenger, Republican Royce White. What can you tell us about this race? I think most people know that Amy Klobuchar is somebody who has handily won her races in the past.
That's right. Senator Klobuchar was first elected in 2006, and she's pretty easily won re-election every time since, despite the fact that sometimes Minnesota can be competitive at the statewide level. And I think this election is no exception. You know, there are 34 U.S. Senate seats in play, and this one has consistently been rated one that is not competitive. So Klobuchar will surely win tonight. She is way ahead in the polls, and this race really hasn't garnered that much attention. I think the real question is how much will that help DFLers down the ticket, and how much will it hurt Republicans, because there are some very competitive races for the state legislature and that one key race for the state Senate.
Let's talk about congressional district number 2. This is Angie Craig's district, right? Joe Tayrab running against her. This particular district has a history over the past 20 years of kind of going back and forth. It was a Republican seat for many years and has now switched to DFL, although boy, the margins have been tight.
That's right. This is a true swing state. There are swing district. There aren't that many swing districts left in the country. Most members of Congress represent a district that is solidly leaning toward their party, but this one is really up for grabs. But Craig does have the advantages of incumbency, where she is well known to voters, and although votes typically along party lines, has co-sponsored a lot of bipartisan legislation and focused on issues like agriculture that are important to the district, and has raised more money and run more ads. So it is a competitive race. It is sort of on the list of a competitive race, but it leans toward the Democrats, I think, because she's the incumbent and has these campaign advantages.
Talk about the power of incumbency here, because year in and year out, every 2 years, what is it, about 98% of these candidates return to Congress?
That's right. Sometimes as low as 95%. But yes, incumbents overwhelmingly win re-election, and in part because they have name recognition, they can point to things they've done in office, but it's also because the vast majority of incumbents represent a seat where it overwhelmingly leans toward their party, and the people in their district also vote for their party's presidential candidate.
I do want to get to the Minnesota Senate seat, but first I want to ask you about District 3 in the House. So this is an open seat. Dean Phillips leaves to run for president. Kelly Morrison, the Democrat here, and Tad Jude, the Republican, Michigan. Traditionally, historically, this has been a red district turned blue with Dean Phillips. So how do you see this playing out now?
That's right. So open seats are typically more competitive, but if you look at the voters and how they cast their presidential vote in 2020 in this district, it leans Democratic. And so Morrison, of course, is well known to some voters in the district, having represented some of the voters as a state senator. Of course, Jude has also served an elected office in Minnesota as well. And so it's a district that leans Democratic simply because the demographics have changed, as sort of suburban voters with with college degrees have been more likely to vote Democratic. That has really affected districts like this in their proclivity to lean Democratic.
And quickly, we got about 30 seconds here, but Kelly Morrison vacated her state Senate seat, which now creates an opening there in Senate District 45. This is a big race that could decide control of the Minnesota Senate.
That's right, because of course it's currently 33 to 33 with this open seat, and whoever wins it will determine party control, and it's a competitive race as well, with two former elected women running against one another. So both have name recognition. Morrison herself is a Democrat, so that gives it Democrats a little bit of an edge, but it's a very competitive district.
Yeah, that's the one that could break the trifecta.
That's well, but the House is also up for grabs as well. The DFL has a very narrow majority.
It'll be a fascinating night to watch just here in Minnesota as well. Thank you so much, Catherine Pearson.
Thank you.
All right, roughly a dozen races from coast to coast have the power to decide the majority in the House. One of them here in Minnesota, we talked about it, Representative Angie Craig, trying to secure another term against Republican challenger Joe Tayrab.
In fact, Fox 9's Leon Purvis is with Tayrab at his election party in Lakeville tonight. Leon?
Tim, Amy, Joe Tayrab just arrived here moments ago. He's looking to flip the 2nd congressional district seat, and he joins me right now. How are you feeling about today?
I'm feeling great. I mean, we're super excited. We've done everything we can do. We've reached out to all the voters, and we're super excited that people in this country, in Minnesota, they want to change. They don't want the status quo like what my opponent offers with Angie Craig, the status quo on the economy, on the border. We stand for change, and we're really excited about that.
But this seat hasn't been won by a Republican since 2016. What makes you feel like you can flip the seat?
Yeah, I think it goes back to that. People have to ask the question, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And the answer is no. People are paying super high prices at the grocery store, at the gas pump, with their utility bills. People don't want an open border, right? But we're a nation of immigrants. I'm the proud son of an immigrant, but people just want a secure border. And then lastly, people want to support law enforcement. I was a federal prosecutor where I worked hand in hand with law enforcement. People just want to change, and I represent that change. Angie Craig, my opponent, stands for the status quo.
And you mentioned that you hit the campaign trail back in October. What are you seeing on the final day today? What are you seeing at the polling places? What did you see today?
What I saw today was a lot of enthusiasm. I know we're seeing a ton of enthusiasm across the country, and definitely here in the 2nd district. People are really excited about change. People don't want the status quo like I've talked about. And so, and the number one issue that I talk to people about is the economy. That's the number one issue. No matter what people talk about these other issues, the economy is the number one issue. We need to change on the economy, and I'm proud to be someone who's, hey, for lowering taxes, lowering regulation, getting our economy back on track.
And then from the national stage here to local races, would you accept election results regardless of the outcome?
Of course. I mean, look, we need to make sure that we have a process that we trust. That's why I think we should push forward with common sense things like, for example, voter ID. But yeah, I mean, that's why we worked super hard to make sure that we win this election, put our best foot forward, and that's why we're going to be, that's why I think we're going to have a good night.
Polls close at 8 o'clock. Last minute pitch to voters.
Last minute pitch is, look, do you want the status quo or do you want a change? My opponent, Angie Craig, stands for the status quo. I stand for change. We need to get our economy back on track, our border secure. We need to support law enforcement. If you want to change, I'd be honored to earn your vote.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And you just heard right there from Joe Tayrab, so I'm going to bring it back to you, Tim and Abe.
All right, Leon. Well, our team coverage continues with Mike Manzoni in Eagan, where the Craig campaign is holding its own election party.
Yeah, Mike, early on, obviously probably not a ton of people there. What do we expect from Angie Craig's camp tonight?
Oh, Amy, Tim, we're at a brewery here in Eagan, Bald Man Brewery. This is the headquarters for Craig's campaign. You can see they're setting up behind me now. They're doing mic checks and setting up the podium. We expect to hear from her sometime later tonight, probably within the first half of the 9 o'clock hour. This is, as you guys were just talking about a few minutes ago, seen as an incredibly competitive race, perhaps even the most competitive race in Minnesota. It is a swing district, sometimes called a purple district. Voters voters here in the Twin Cities South Metro have sent both Republicans and Democrats to Washington in the past, though they have not sent a Republican to Washington in 8 years, so nearly a decade now. Her Republican challenger, former federal prosecutor Joe Tairab, is of course hoping to break Democrats' winning streak here over the last decade, but this is an incredibly close race, and Craig is not taking any vote for granted. At a luncheon this morning, she spoke with campaign volunteers. We do have some of that.
As of last night, we had knocked 204,000 doors in the 2nd District of Minnesota. We have knocked more doors than at any point in time in any campaign in 2024. So this has truly been just an extraordinary experience to see so many volunteers keep showing up, keep talking to our neighbors.
And things are just getting started here. It's a little early now, though we do expect more people to file in the next couple of hours or so. Again, we are expecting to hear from Congresswoman Angie Craig either way, win or lose, within the 9 o'clock hour, sometime probably around 9 or at 9:30 or so. Of course, we'll be here for that. For now, we're live in Eagan. Mike Manzoni, Fox 9.
All right, Mike. Coming up, when we may see a winner for president, as some experts are counting days, not hours, after the polls close.
But first, let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard. A little preview of your forecast.
A dreary, drizzly, rainy election day. The rain beginning to taper, but we're breezy and cool. We'll remedy that as we dry out over the next couple of days and head toward the weekend. We'll talk about all of that coming up next in your 7-day forecast. Fox Local is how you stream Fox 9 on your TV for free.
All right, we're now a little bit more than 2 hours away from the polls closing in Minnesota and across the Midwest. 4 hours away from the polls closing on the West Coast. And just like 4 years ago, we may not know the winner of the presidential race tonight. I'm joined by Hamline University political science professor David Schultz. And I want to show everyone a quote here. This is from... oh, wrong one. This is from Arnon, Michigan, okay? He is the head of the Fox decision desk at Fox News who will make the call tonight. He was asked by Political Magazine here last week when they thought we would know we would have a presidential result, and he's saying his over-under is not until Saturday.
Yes.
And a lot of this has to do with the fact that we have so many absentee ballots out there, right, David?
Yeah, it has to do with the number of absentee ballots, the number of people who are voting early, but also remember at the end of the day, it's actually 50 separate state elections in the United States, even for the presidency, and under 50 separate state rules for how ballots are counted, when they're counted, how they're tabulated. And so we don't have like what people are hoping like just one unified data bank that tells us something.
And one of the big hiccups here 4 years ago was in the state of Pennsylvania, particularly in Philadelphia. And part of the reason why is because they had almost 40,000 mail-in ballots that they had to sort through. And there's a law in Pennsylvania that says you cannot start processing those ballots until Election Day.
Yes. Yeah, and so what happened here is that we had all these ballots that didn't come in or came in by Election Day. They couldn't start to count until, like Sid pointed out, until afterwards. And they were doing a lot of hand counting, too, at this point. And it takes a long time to count a lot of ballots. And we have even more ballots this time that are going to be having to be counted in Pennsylvania. Some estimates are 2 million ballots have already been cast even before Election Day. Some of them will be mail-in. Some of them won't be started to be counted until after Election Day. Now, if we have a blowout election, generally this doesn't change anything whatsoever. But given the fact that we're so close, you're going to want to count every ballot to make sure, because 1,000 here, 1,000 there could change the election. So again, I think if I remember last time, it was I think Saturday last time. It was Saturday. I remember that, and so I could see that prediction again being Friday or Saturday in terms of having the counts out. Yes.
Well, it took 2 weeks to count all the ballots in Philly last time, and the reason why we bring up Pennsylvania is because it may be the key swing state that may decide this election.
That's right, and especially those ballots coming out of Philadelphia and in the counties surrounding it, like Bucks County and so forth. I'll go out on a limb and say whoever wins Pennsylvania, it's going to be by just such a small number of votes. Perhaps maybe as few as what, maybe 30,000, 40,000 difference between the two candidates. And that's based upon what we've known from the last two elections.
So let's talk about the risks here of not knowing right away. And one of the big risks is, confidence.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to be thinking that something wrong is going on here. Now, remember, one thing that's important to think about for states like Pennsylvania is that with so many people voting by mail or voting early ballots plus what happens on Election Day is the total electorate. You can have people who are ahead on election night, like Donald Trump was in a few states on election night 4 years ago. But by the time you add in all the mail-ins, all the early voting, that's the sum total of everything. So some people are going to think some kind of conspiracy theory, as you have it here, some type of something's happening with the voting machines. No. Different states have different rules. And remember, we increasingly have more and more people who are voting not on Election Day. We don't really have an Election Day anymore. We have an election time or a season at this point. And with so many people voting, we have to add them all up together. It takes time.
It sure does. Thanks, David. Appreciate it. All right. Let's talk about the weather. Kind of a soggy day to get out there and vote, but it's not holding too many people back. How about it, Ian?
No, I think you're absolutely right. A little hoodie with a jacket, maybe an umbrella, and you are out the door. By the way, we'll start to see those rains really taper here in the next hour. You got this veritable pipeline of moisture through the better part of the day. Now that pipeline is shifted here just off to the east. The pipeline shifts. This area of low pressure rolls off to the north. That draws down some drier, cooler air overnight. And as that rides over our soaked ground, we'll talk about patchy fog even as the drizzle tapers here in the next hour or two. So the rains come and the rains go. About a half an hour ago, I talked about 94, and you see we've really shut off the taps so that we'll talk about some drizzles, some low-level clouds, and some fog over the next couple of hours into tomorrow morning. Greatest wind speed is still wrapping around the low here. It's out of the north at 10 to 15 miles per hour, and temperatures are definitely not warm. My mom in our house always used to say, when you get the rain and the wind, it feels so much damp and so much cooler than it actually is. And in this case, I'd say, Mom, you are absolutely right. 39 in Hibbing, 43 in St. Cloud, 44 in the cities, but it is a damp, dreary, cool early evening. 44 degrees right now, a dew point of 41. So look, there's your relative humidity at 89%. Now, let's talk about how things work. This evening, the rain fades away. We're left with patchy fog overnight. Tomorrow and Thursday, slightly warmer, but the key here is it will go dry, or at least some time to dry out before rains return for the weekend. Saturday, a chance of rain much greater Saturday night, and then on and off through the day on Sunday. So let's get through the overnight here. Patchy fog, wake up temperature at 39. That means most kids in my neighborhood will still be wearing shorts, hoodies, and Crocs. I don't get it. It's just the way. Now into the day tomorrow, high temperatures in the upper 40s, almost at 50. Call it cloudy periods through the afternoon with just a few clouds tomorrow night as temperatures reset down into the mid 40s. So your 7-day forecast tomorrow, we're drier. We'll start out with patchy morning fog. Thursday, mainly sunny and a high near 50, slightly above average. Into the weekend is when we'll talk about a change. Now Saturday, mainly cloudy. Late Saturday night, scattered showers that linger on and off through the day on Sunday. Notice not much difference in temperatures, and there isn't much difference in temperatures as we head through Monday and Tuesday. Highs in the low 50s. Call it a pretty decent looking fall forecast, and I'll say that because from September 1st to the rains of Halloween, we were almost 5.5 inches below average rainfall. And I've been saying for a few weeks, we need the rain before we get the freeze. Going into a ground freeze with the drought is a bad recipe for spring. So let's get the rain. I know it interferes with some evening activities, but let's get the rain. You can wear a coat, and you can just wear I'll use my mom again. Yeah. My mom always said that when it was damp and cool like this, my mom would say, if your bum was warm, you'd be warm.
She's right.
And so we did on my family. I was always the guy at the bus stop who had to wear the extra long coat. Right. I don't know.
Yeah, Mom was right.
We do without our moms,
right? All right. Yeah. Thank you, Ian, and we will be right back. All right, the polls in Minnesota set to close here in just over 2 hours, but we are minutes away from some of those polls closing out east.
And that includes 2 battleground states. We're talking about Georgia and most of Florida. A small portion of the Panhandle, that's in the Central Time Zone, and they're going to have another hour. Now, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia are also set to close their polls, as well as Indiana and Kentucky. Now, we'll bring you those results as soon as some of those numbers are available.
All right, Fox 9 News at 6 is coming up next with Randy and Kelsey, so stay with us. We'll be on air after the polls close here in Minnesota at 8 o'clock, and then we'll be with you all night.
This is Fox 9 News at 6.
And thanks for joining us on Fox 9 and Fox Local. It's finally here, Election Day. I'm Randy Meyer.
And I'm Kelsey Carlson. From the presidency to the House and Senate and your local elections, Fox 9 is on the ground with all of the major races. Our team of reporters are standing by with the latest from both parties, and we begin in our nation's capital tonight. Our Corin Hoggard is in Washington, D.C., where the Harris-Walz campaign will be tonight. And so, Corin, what has the day been like?
It's been pretty wild out here, and it's getting a lot wilder as a crowd starts to show up. It was an hour and a half for us just to get in here on the risers with a few hundred other members of the media from all across the world. You can see behind us the stage. They set that up in a few hours as we were here, and you can't quite make them out here, but there's a crowd of people, Howard University students, it appears, who are gathered here close to the stage. To our south, there's a much larger area on the yard here at Howard University, and that is filling up with people who are anticipating a big party here that starts in about an hour right now. This, of course, Howard University is the alma mater for Vice President Kamala Harris. She was a Kappa Alpha fraternity member or sorority member, and we saw some of them getting ready to perform here later tonight in the last hour. This is also now the first college campus to hold a presidential election night party, so that's a big deal for a lot of the students here. Again, the festivities start in about an hour. Before that, though, Governor Walz was still on the campaign trail today. He's made it his way to Washington, D.C. now, and he'll be here a little later. The vice president was having dinner with her family after she made a radio tour of battleground states earlier today. I have been speaking with some of their campaign officials, and senior officials tell me they're pretty happy with what they've seen so far in exit polling. They said that the votes in Philadelphia were pretty good for them, and they also especially saw a lot of Puerto Rican turnout. They were happy about that. Not as good in Florida, they said, but they said there was low rural turnout in North Carolina, which to them was a good sign as well. So we'll still be watching that all night long. Still way too early to make any calls anywhere, but you guys will be monitoring that, and we'll be monitoring this election night party that Governor Walz and Vice President Harris will be attending. For now, we're live in Washington, D.C. Corin Hoggard, Fox 9.
All right, thank you, Corin. We'll check back with you in just a little bit.
And our Election Day team coverage continues back here in Minnesota. Rob Olson is standing by at the Intercontinental St. Paul Riverfront, where the DFL is holding its election night party.
But first, Courtney Godfrey is at the Radisson Blu at the Mall of America, the Minnesota Republican headquarters tonight. And Courtney, what are you expecting to see there this evening?
Well, Republicans here in Bloomington at headquarters are feeling energized and optimistic ahead of tonight. They say, well, many political analysts do not believe Donald Trump has any chance of winning this historically blue state. GOP Chairman David Hahn told me he believes there is a chance, especially after Trump came so close in 2016. But they're especially tonight watching those local races as well, as they have a chance to flip either chamber of the Minnesota legislature. They're especially focused on the House, where they believe they have about half a dozen races that could flip to the Republicans. So they're watching those very closely. But interestingly, they also say that they haven't noticed an increase in enthusiasm among Democratic voters because of Governor Walz being on that ticket. And he also believes that they'll be able to swing some independent voters, especially because their polling shows that those independent voters would rather see a divided legislature. So that looks good for them in those local races. Take a listen.
The Democrats elected to put Governor Walz on the ticket. We did not see any huge increase in enthusiasm for the Democratic ticket. In fact, it kind of had the opposite effect. And I think that speaks to the fact that a lot of voters are unhappy with Governor Walz and how he has governed the state, how he handled the riots, how he handled the Feeding Our Future, where this massive fraud where absolutely nobody from the administration has taken responsibility or resigned. People look at all these things and they say it is time for a change.
The Minnesota Republican Party is also very encouraged by the early vote numbers. They've been seeing an increase in early voting, not only nationwide, but here in Minnesota, as they say they've put a lot of energy the last 2 years into educating people about the ability to early vote. And they think that that will help them in the end and hopefully increase engagement, especially among those independent voters who maybe sat out 4 years ago. Reporting live in Bloomington tonight, Courtney Godfrey. And now I'm going to send it over to my colleague Rob Olson over at DFL headquarters. Rob?
Yeah, thank you, Courtney. Here, the party getting started at about 8 o'clock tonight, but there is some optimism that the Harris-Walz ticket will carry Minnesota. Of course, Minnesota is seen very much as a purple state in the recent election cycles. And as you mentioned, in 2016, Donald Trump came very close to winning this for Republicans. It was about a 1.4% difference between Trump and Clinton that year, with Clinton ultimately prevailing. But then 4 years ago, Joe Biden taking Minnesota by about a 7-point spread. Now, the latest polls in Minnesota show about a 5-point difference, that Harris is up by 5 points. Now, you compare that back to August, she was up by about 9 to 11 points anywhere in there. And so that may be a change in undecided voters flipping. But when I spoke to the DFL chair, Ken Martin, a little bit earlier, he said they still have a cautious optimism. You'll hear him describe it here about a Democratic win in Minnesota.
But we feel pretty, cautiously optimistic, or as I heard someone say, nauseously optimistic recently. No, look, it's, it's going to be close all throughout the country. I expect no different here in Minnesota. But based on what we've been seeing in the field over the last several weeks, I expect Vice President Harris and Governor Walz to win Minnesota.
Yeah, and that's, again, what the polls do suggest. If the polls do hold up, we've seen some discrepancy in polling data versus real-life results in recent years, but some of them then actually ring exactly true. So we'll see how those come out tonight. Also tonight, Amy Klobuchar, the Democrats expect she will hold on to her seat. That's pretty solid, and a very tight race for Angie Craig in her district as well. So they'll probably be out here tonight, but again, that party gets going here. It's still a couple hours to go. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Rob, thank you. Those polls, as we mentioned here, close in less than 3 hours. More than 1 million Minnesotans actually voted early this election, and soon those ballots will be counted. Our Babs Santos is live in St. Paul for us tonight. Babs, the mood there at your polling place is what?
Randy, it's actually a little quiet. Not any line right now. The longest it's really been today is just about the length of this gymnasium. We're in St. Paul's Highland neighborhood right now, but this is also what things looked like at one of the busier polling places in Minneapolis as well. Things are just under control today. And here in St. Paul, I did speak with the election judge at this polling place, who says he expects 90% of registered voters will cast a ballot in this part of town. In just the last 2 hours or so, Minnesota Secretary of State on Fox 9 did say there have been some minor sporadic issues reported around the state today, maybe a machine not working until workers shut it down and start it back up again. But overall, speaking with voters at these polling places in both Minneapolis and St. Paul, we have heard again and again that voters are just excited to put this election behind them, and they're trusting the process.
Looking forward to not seeing political ads on every YouTube video I watch and every football game I watch, because that is getting very old.
Tonight, we will be monitoring these polling places around the Twin Cities. Workers are just hoping that they can keep from those issues that were popping up earlier in the day with some machines having to be restarted. Of course, if anything does arise tonight, we will bring it to you here on Fox 9. But for now, I'll send it back to you. Reporting live from St. Paul, Babs Santos, Fox 9.
All right, Babs, thank you. U of M political professor Catherine Pearson is with us tonight on what will be a very busy and important night tonight.
Yeah, we've got a lot of hours to go here. Catherine, so help us set the stage in the presidential race, another election cycle that is going to be very close. Polls have now closed in 7 states, and in about 20 minutes, the polls will close in North Carolina as well. So Georgia just closing, North Carolina, those are the first 2 swing states that we will see.
And there are 7 swing states that we're very closely watching, because they'll determine who gets the majority in the Electoral College, who gets to 270. And so North Carolina and Georgia have been polling within the margin of error. And so seeing what the returns look like in those 2 states will be an early indicator. Certainly we won't know everything, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, all important as well.
Numbers for Georgia just popped up.
Yeah, there they are. And again, the votes there are going to come in from Georgia faster, we're told, than they did in 2020 because they improved their system.
The entire early vote number by 8 o'clock.
And again, those are 16 electoral votes. For our viewers who obviously just tuning in, and this is early in the night, and we talk a lot about swing states and those battleground states, what makes a swing state? Because it does fluctuate from election to election.
Oh, absolutely. We used to talk about Florida and Ohio and Iowa as being the key swing states, and they're not on this list. In 2024, although some states could surprise us, the nearly even partisan breakdown is what makes a state a swing state, and that's reflected in people's partisan identification, in states that register by party registration, and then the polls. And so they do change because the party coalitions have shifted a little bit, but by and large, Wisconsin has been a swing state for quite a while. Michigan, Pennsylvania, but they can change. So it really is a function of the partisan identification in that state.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Minnesota. Polls close at 8 p.m., of course. And voter turnout, it sounds like on a national scale, will perhaps be higher than 2020, which was the highest since like 1900 with about 67%.
That would be extraordinary because 2020 we saw record turnout, and so even if 2024 is within striking distance of that, that is still very high turnout. So who knows, we could see up to 80% in Minnesota. Minnesota typically leads the nation or is in the top 2 or 3, and so good for Minnesota.
Again, we're going to have these boards up all night long. You're going to see zeros for a while because we want you to see what you're going to see with numbers throughout the night. So these will change. We're going to show them to you as we're talking about these individual races. There's the one you'll see tonight for those 10 electoral votes here in Minnesota. Same over in Wisconsin and some of those other swing states as well. This race is an unusual presidential race, and a lot of so much emphasis has been put on it. You've got a former president, you've got a vice president. A lot of the talk coming into this race was that they both have prior administrations, so you have a record to go on. Why do you think, Catherine, that this race is so tight?
I think this race is so tight because fundamentally the country is narrowly and evenly divided along partisan lines. So polls that show a third of the electorate identify as independents just aren't accurate. Though most of those independents actually lean toward the Democratic or the Republican Party, and once you include those leaners as partisans, Democrats and Republicans are near equal in sort of the partisan divide, and especially in those 7 swing states. And so party loyalty in voting is very high. Over 95% of Republicans supported Trump 4 years ago. 95% of Democrats supported Biden. So with a narrow and even partisan divide and high party loyalty in voting, it gives us very competitive elections.
We will see that play out tonight, undoubtedly.
Yeah, we're going to keep track of the electoral vote count as well on the screen tonight. 270 is the magic number to get to win the presidency. All right. Thanks, Catherine.
Thanks, Catherine.
Thank you.
Don't go away.
Yeah, you're here all night. More election coverage on the way here on Fox 9.
And of course, Ian has your forecast. Ian?
It was a dreary, rainy, drizzly, damp, cool kind of a Tuesday, and that's the way your Tuesday evening goes, although we'll shut off the rain. And as we move forward, some sunny, drier weather for your midweek forecast. I've got it for you coming up on the other side of the break. We'll see you then.
Welcome back to Fox 9's election coverage. On this election night, many voters across the metro needing an umbrella for their trip to the polls. We'll have to wait to see if today's weather has any effect on election results. It in Minnesota never does, so I'm not expecting.
Well, we didn't really see long lines out the door because early voting was so popular, so that was helpful. And Ian Leonard, we do need the rain.
We are in desperate need of the rain. I want you to think, I was like a broken record going back to September the 1st all the way into our wettest Halloween on record. That period, we were 5.5+ inches below average rainfall. And I kept saying we need to get some rain before we get to the freeze. We started the rain, a big shot on Halloween. We continued that trend through the day today. But notice where you've got the blue here, there's where it was a better part of the day. The pipeline of moisture right out of the Gulf of Mexico. Now the pipeline is shifted as this area of low pressure slowly begins to work its way here out to the northeast. That will cut off our pipeline of moisture and draw in some cooler, clear here, drier air. So we're shutting off the taps as we speak. You notice the moisture, the hardest rains in the yellow and orange, finally pulling away and away from the metro. But as we cool down overnight and push a little drier air over that rain-soaked ground, I'd expect to develop some patchy fog late tonight and on into tomorrow morning. Now that the taps have shut off, if you haven't voted yet, you've got no excuse. Get out the door. But then when you come back, put it right back on Fox 9 because we're here with you all night with our election coverage. Just a light breeze right now out of the north. So a clearing sky, the rain-soaked ground, some cooler air, a perfect recipe for light fog tonight. Right now it's 42 in Brainerd, 39 in Bemidji, 43 in Hutch, and 44 in the metro. It is damp. It is cool. The saintly city in the background. It looks, and I love the way that St. Paul can light up the night sky because look at the clouds in the background. Almost like a Batman kind of thing. They put up the signal. It's a big eye, and I come out and I go.
Yeah, you've got a bat phone in your weather center. So it's for us.
As my grandmother used to say, bats in the belfry.
Can we get Randy on the bat phone?
Did we say welcome back, Ian? We should. You've been off for a few days, so.
Yeah, I had a little vacation. It was great. It's great to be back, although it was a little damp, a little cool, a little wet today. 44 degrees right now, a dew point of 41. Temperature and dew point smashed together. Look, you end up with a relative humidity at 89%. Damp and cool. Don't underestimate the temperature. You'll need a coat as you head outside tonight. The rain fades away this evening. We deal with patchy fog tomorrow morning. Then we're slightly warmer, but more importantly, dry. Wednesday into the day, Thursday before we transition back into rains for the most part Saturday night and Sunday this upcoming weekend. Overnight tonight, 39 degrees, patchy fog through the overnight as we wake up tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, the clouds clear. 49 degrees, a lovely fall day with just a few clouds tomorrow night. So spread this out over the next 7 days. Tomorrow's lovely. Thursday is nice. Friday, a high of 53, increasing clouds into a mainly cloudy day Saturday. If there is a chance of rain Saturday, it is after the dinner hour. Best chance of rain this weekend comes on and off through the day on Sunday. And you know me, that broken record, I know it's the weekend. You want to do things, but we need the rain. We need the rain now before we start talking about what's to come next. Just to remind you, that would be bitterly cold air.
It's just,
well, I am here as a delivery mechanism to keep you all on track instead of going, hey, this is great. It's going to be like this until Christmas.
we didn't say that.
No, that was my impersonation of Randy. Not Kelsey.
I knew he was going with that.
All right. It's good to have you back. We missed you.
It's good to be back. I'm not so sure.
All right. Thanks, Ian.
All right. Quick reminder, Secretary of State Steve Simon may be the busiest man in the state tonight. After the break, a live report from his office as we approach the ballot deadline.
And welcome back to Fox 9's election night coverage. We do have some numbers coming in.
As promised, as they trickle in, we will give them to you. Florida with its 30 electoral votes. Donald Trump right now 53% to Kamala Harris's 46%. I should note here too that this is all of Florida except the Panhandle. Though those polls close at 7 o'clock. These polls closed at 6 o'clock. So these are partial numbers coming out of the state of Florida.
All right, we're going to go to some other news before we come back to some election night coverage. To ensure compliance with federal voting right laws, the Department of Justice is monitoring dozens of jurisdictions across 27 states, including Minnesota and Wisconsin. This is a regular practice for the DOJ to protect the voting rights of all eligible citizens. This election staff will be present in 86 jurisdictions. In Minnesota, that includes Hennepin and Ramsey counties, as well as the city of Minneapolis. In Wisconsin, the cities of Milwaukee and Wausau, and the towns of Lawrence and Thornapple. Well, the Office of the Minnesota Secretary of State is responsible for making sure voting runs very smoothly across the state tonight.
It's a big job. Our So Young Kim is live at the Secretary of State's office in St. Paul. So Young, with more than 2.5 hours until those polls close. Is there a sense yet on how things have been operating so far today?
Hey, Randy, Kelsey, a very busy and exciting day for everyone here in this office. We actually have Secretary of State Steve Simon joining us live now. Thanks for your time.
Oh, thank you. Happy Election Day.
How has it been going today? I know you've been saying throughout this election cycle, your wish is huge, high turnout, low drama. Has that been the case?
I think I'm cautiously optimistic that both of my wishes will be fulfilled. We are seeing a lot of reports around the state of high turnout. Since this morning, I've had the chance to talk with over 20 of our county election officials who run elections there. Every one of them who I reached told me that they are sensing, they are seeing, at least anecdotally, high turnout, including high turnout during times of the day when they wouldn't expect it. Not just the morning and the evening, but even in the early afternoon. That's a good thing despite the soggy weather. And so the high turnout part looks to be something we can expect. Remember, Minnesota, 3 out of the last 4 elections has been #1 in the country. We want to get back to #1 this year as well. In terms of low drama, same kind of story. Again, as I'm canvassing and calling and being in touch with these folks, they're telling us there have been some isolated issues that arise in particular polling places, but they've mostly been solved right away. It could be a piece of equipment, for example, that was malfunctioning, then they powered it up again, then it was perfectly fine. So really the counties, as they always do, have done such a really good job of making sure that things are smooth, and that's the way it looks at this point. Of course, we're not done yet.
And not speaking of not being done yet, we still have an hour and change to go. What's kind of the expectation of when Minnesotans can expect results to roll in?
Well, in terms of results, I think in Minnesota we're pretty contained. The rule is all ballots have to be in by 8 o'clock. That's when the polls close. That's when all the absentee ballots have to be in, either by mail or by hand delivery, 8 o'clock, which means that within some number of hours, we're going to have pretty complete results in Minnesota. I would say that by breakfast tomorrow morning, we're very likely in Minnesota to have all or substantially all of the results. That's not necessarily the case in other states. There are other states that have different laws. There are states, for example, that have a postmark rule, where as long as you get it in the mail today, it could come in days later and still be counted. So I just caution all folks, not just in Minnesota, but everywhere, to understand that in other states, not Minnesota, where we're going to have results within hours, but in other states, including some battleground presidential states, it is natural and normal, and in fact, they're following the law when they're counting ballots tomorrow and the next day and maybe the next day.
All right, we appreciate that update. We'll have more from Secretary Simon later in the evening, especially after the polls close, to get a better sense of when we can start seeing those results. For now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, so Young, thank you. And on the topic of polls closing, just should make a note, 6:30 is coming up here in a couple minutes. North Carolina, swing state. Ohio, swing state. West Virginia, not a swing state, but all 3 of those will close polls in about 3 minutes.
And then a large number of states will close their polls at 7 o'clock Central Time as well. So, again, stay with us here.
On the other side of the break, more election coverage right here on Fox 9.
We'll check back in at DFL and GOP headquarters and take a closer look at the race for Minnesota's 2nd congressional district. The news at 6 is back after this. Thank you for joining us here on Fox 9 and Fox Local this election evening. I'm Kelsey Carlson.
And I'm Randy Meyer. From the White House to the House and Senate, nearly 500 national races will decide the balance of power in our nation's capital. Our Fox 9 team is covering all those major races, including right here in Minnesota. Our Karen Scullin is standing by at the Radisson Blu in Bloomington, the election night headquarters for Minnesota Republicans.
But first, let's go to Maury Glover at the Intercontinentals in St. Paul and the DFL party there. Maury?
Well, that's right. The ballroom's here still about an hour away from being open to the public, but as you can see, it is still set up and ready to go for the party tonight. Now, Democrats are hoping that Governor Walz and Amy Klobuchar at the top of the ticket will help with some state races. One race in particular they're keeping a close eye on is Angie Craig versus Joe Tairab in the 2nd Congressional District, but party leaders believe Craig will eventually win out.
Look, I mean, CD2 race is always tight, but in the end, as I've always said, there's no one that's going to outwork Angie Craig, and that's been true this election cycle. I think her hard work, she's certainly outworked Joe Tairab. In these final few hours left, I have no doubt that Angie Craig will win that race.
Now, there is also a state Senate race that will determine the balance of power in that chamber. So there's a lot for Democrats to keep their eye on throughout the evening. But right now, I'd like to pass it over to my colleague Karen Scullin, who is at Republican Party headquarters over in Bloomington at the Radisson Blu, where they're having a party of their own. Karen?
Well, thanks, Maury. You're right. Still setting up here as well. The party starting at 7 o'clock. But one person that's very ready is GOP Chair David Hahn. We spoke to him a little while ago, kind of getting the rundown of how he thinks the night will unfold. On the state level, of course, there are 4 seats that he believes the Republicans can flip in the House. Right now, of course, the Democrats control the House. He believes that will change. He said altogether there are 6 to 8 seats in play. He thinks it's going to be good news for Republicans. On the national level, when it comes to former President Trump, he thinks that Minnesota is in play. He says he knows a lot of people are doubters that, saying Trump doesn't have a chance in this state. He says that is just not true.
He's a guy that speaks to the hearts of a lot of people in Minnesota. And again, people look at the way Democrats have governed the country. They look at the public safety issues. They look at the economy. They look at the inflation. They look at the border situation.
Now, one of the things Hahn and the party has really been watching is the early voting, which has been kind of interesting because in years past, Republicans don't really turn out for early voting. That is not the case this time around. Republicans had a really nice turnout, he says, which should help the situation here in Minnesota as far as the former president goes. Also, though, Republicans tend to turn out on Election Day. So he believes President Trump does, in fact, have a chance here in Minnesota. Of course, we'll just have to wait and see how the night plays out. Reporting live from GOP headquarters, Karen Scullin, send it back to you.
All right, Karen, thank you. We have a long night ahead of us, but a lot to help to break things down throughout the night.
U of M political science professor Catherine Pearson joining us, and thank you so much for joining us again on an election evening. We'll be spending many, many hours together here tonight talking about these races. This is the hardest part right now, just waiting to see if we can try to glean some information from some of the early numbers. We want to talk about some Minnesota races, though. U.S. Senate, nationally, it's very close, a Democratic advantage. So Klobuchar is running for re-election, and she is facing Republican Royce White.
That's right. So Minnesota is one of 34 U.S. Senate seats up in this cycle, but Minnesota's race is not considered competitive by political analysts and outside observers. Klobuchar was first elected in 2006 and every 6 years has won re-election handily by bigger margins than a lot of other DFL statewide candidates. And White has made some controversial statements, and she has sort of outraised him and done more campaigning. And so I don't expect that there'll be a lot of suspense in this particular outcome.
CD2, what about that one? Angie Craig versus Joe Tairab. A lot of advertising went on from Tairab's side.
That's right.
Angie Craig did her own share of political ads as well. Is that a dogfight there or not?
This is a swing district. Minnesota's 2nd district is evenly divided between the two parties, and so there's always going to be a competitive race. Craig has the advantage of incumbency. She's served since 2018, and so she has a record to campaign on, including work on issues such as agriculture, which Republicans in the district value, but it's a competitive race. It's a competitive district, so we'll see how the night goes.
We have the 3rd Congressional District as well. That is an open seat. That was Dean Phillips' seat. He decided he wanted to challenge Joe Biden in the primary, run for president. And so that leaves Kelly Morrison, who's coming from the state Senate, facing Tad Jude. And this is West Metro. And the lines have been redrawn a little bit, but in the past it had been sort of a Republican district. It's moved more blue in recent
Morrison.
years.
And of course, Morrison most recently represented a DFLer, but this is a competitive district because of the underlying sort of relatively even partisan divide. But Kelly Morrison is advantaged because she more recently has served as a state senator for part of the district, and the district since the 2016 election, and especially in 2020, has trended Democratic at the presidential level, and just like many sort of suburban, highly educated, affluent districts across the country, has trended more Democratic.
And Morrison is the reason we have an open seat in the Senate.
Right.
The only Senate seat we'll be watching tonight because it's the only one open. Right?
It's the only one open and determines party control of the Senate in the next session.
Okay, we want to go to our own Leon Purvis, who's at Joe Tayrab's campaign party tonight, and talk about the 2nd Congressional District. And so I know it's still very early. Polls close in about an hour and a half here in Minnesota. But Leon, just kind of set the stage for us and tell me what you're seeing. Have you seen the candidate himself?
Kelsey, Randy, Joe Tayrab is in the building. He actually arrived here just before 5:30 tonight. His watch party starts around 7 o'clock. As you can see behind me, people are starting to set up to get this kicked off. And like you mentioned, polls don't close till 8 o'clock. But keep in mind, the 2nd Congressional District seat has been won by a Republican since 2016. So he's looking to flip the seat, and he believed there's enthusiasm. We spoke to him earlier today. Here's him making his case to voters.
We're super excited. We've done everything we can do. We've reached out to all the voters, and we're super excited that people in this country, in Minnesota, they want to change. They don't want the status quo like what my opponent offers with Angie Craig, the status quo on the economy, on the border. We stand for change, and we're really excited about that. People in this country, in Minnesota.
And also, when we talked to Tayrab, I asked him directly, will he accept the results of the election regardless of the outcome? And he said yes. He plans to give brief remarks after polls close at 8 tonight, around 8:05 or 8:10, according to his campaign manager. So we'll continue to monitor the race throughout the evening. But I'm going to send it back to you, Randy and Kelsey.
So, Catherine, after listening to that, and I did pose the question earlier, is it a competitive race down there? How did they make that flip? I mean, that was such a red part of Minnesota for so long. How did they flip that? And is there a chance that they can flip it back to red?
Well, so the demographics of the state have changed a little bit, and of course redistricting happens every 10 years, and so I think as the metro suburbs have sort of spread out more, the district became more evenly divided and sort of more up for grabs, and then of course the political context in a particular election year matters as well. So 2016, good year for Republicans, Republican wins. 2018, midterms, good year for Democrats. Angie Craig first wins, Dean Phillips wins in 2018, and so in split evenly divided districts, the political context really matters, and so how well Harris and Trump do at the top of the ticket could matter as well.
All right.
All right.
And we have Mike Manzoni, who's with Angie Craig's camp tonight, and we want to go to him and just get a scene setter here for us. And have you seen Representative Craig?
Oh, Kelsey and Randy, it's quiet here now. That's because doors don't open until about 7:30, so just under an hour or so now. We do expect to hear from Congresswoman Craig sometime in the 9 o'clock hour, probably in the first half of the 9 o'clock hour, we're told. After polls close, we're told that we will hear from her either way. As you've been discussing over the last several minutes, this is a swing district, an extremely competitive race. It is sometimes what people call a purple district, fairly evenly divided between Republicans and Democrats, and that is why voters here have sent members from both parties to Washington over the last several years, but they have not elected a Republican here since 2016. Angie Craig ran that year, lost by a razor-thin margin of about 2 points, came back 2 years later in 2018 and won by about the same margin. That is why she is not taking any vote for granted. She is targeting all voters, including undecided voters, in the final hours of this race. She spoke about that this morning at a luncheon here in Eagan.
We still have voters to go reach. There are people still who are undecided in this congressional race. We are finding them at the doors. I know it's stunning, but we're finding them at the doors every time we go out, every day.
And again, the doors open here at 7:30, so we expect more people will begin to trickle in. Again, we do expect to hear from Congresswoman Craig sometime in the first half of the 9 o'clock hour. Of course, we will be here for it. For now, we're live in Eagan. Mike Manzoni, Fox 9.
All right, Mike, thank you. Still ahead tonight, we'll look at races that will affect the balance of power, not in Congress, but at the State House in St. Paul.
But first, Jennifer is here with a preview of your forecast.
Well, it's been a gloomy, rainy, cool fall afternoon and evening so far. When the rain moves out, when the sun is back, we'll take a look at the 7-day in just a bit.
All right, those of you watching us right now at 6:44, take note of the Electoral College map. You'll see this a lot throughout the night tonight. This is the race to 270. And as you can see right now, there are some results.
Let's take a look at the states that have been called: Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, and Vermont up there. So the electoral map as it stands right now: President Trump 23 and Vice President Kamala Harris with 3 right now. So that magic number is 270 to win the presidency. And as the polls continue to close across the country, we'll have a large number of states that will close their polls at 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central. And so we will see those numbers start to come in a little bit quicker.
By the way, there were no surprises there. None of the swing states have come in yet, so that's pretty typical.
Although Georgia and North Carolina might be the first swing states to report some numbers.
They are coming up. All right, we are providing insight into tonight's election all night long.
And there are some key races that we will be following, and many could change the balance of power in both Congress and the Minnesota legislature. Fox 9's Tim Blott's joining us with Hamlin political science professor David Schultz to show what they are watching tonight.
Yeah, I want to start with perhaps one of the most important local races that we have tonight, and that's going to be Senate District 45. So let me move over to that right now, where you can see obviously no vote totals coming in so far. But David, what we can do here tonight, once the vote totals do start coming in, is we can compare them to how the candidates performed 2 years ago, especially Kathleen Falk, who ran 2 years ago in the same seat. Kelly Morrison, obviously giving up the seat so she can run for Dean Phillips' position in Congress. But we can also go back to the last presidential year and compare the votes then, right? So this is going to be a useful tool for us tonight. Now, when we get to president, obviously those votes won't start coming in for a while, but what we can do is look at individual counties all night long to see where the vote totals are coming in for president. And David, you want to give kind of an observation here to viewers tonight as the colors start filling in.
Sure. If we think of red being at this point Republican, blue being Democrat, 87 counties in Minnesota, don't be surprised if most of this map by the time it's done is going to look red. In the last few elections, with Amy Klobuchar as the exception, that Democrats are winning about 12 counties. You say, my gosh, how are they winning the state if they're only winning 12 counties? Well, they're winning the counties that count. They're winning places like Hennepin, Ramsey, Washington, Anoka counties, up to St. Louis County, upward Duluth area. Just if you look at like the Twin Cities area right through here, if I can direct you here, through this area here, this area through here is about 55% of the population of the electorate. The Democrats do exceedingly well there. So our map in Minnesota, which is going to be mostly red, it's going to look a lot like the map we're going to see across the United States, where the Democrats are going to do well in the cities and the urban areas. Most of the United States is going to look red. But in those more densely populated areas, we're going to see the Democrats do well. So don't be surprised.
County often turns blue, too. So.
Exactly. As we do as a couple of counties up here, too.
Yeah, all right. And then we're going to look at the balance of power in the Senate, because right now, this is the U.S. Senate. Right now, it's just a 2-seat majority here. But we will be able to go live all night long and see the changes as the vote totals come in. And we already know one.
We already know West Virginia already has flipped at this point. Joe Manchin, a Democrat, has retired, and the Republican governor of West Virginia has run, and AP has already called it for them. So at this point, it's looking like the Republicans sort of maybe on the route of being able to flip control of the U.S. Senate.
There are 34 seats up for re-election tonight. The Democrats have to defend the majority of them.
They're defending 23 of them, and it does not look like any of the seats that Republicans currently hold are as vulnerable as some of the seats that Democrats have. So, for example, West Virginia has already flipped. Montana is another possibility for the Republicans to pick up. There's also a possibility, although maybe slim, maybe Republicans can pick up Ohio from Sherwood Brown. I know some Democrats are hoping that they can pick up and flip Texas, oust Ted Cruz, hoping maybe in Florida. Long shots for both of them. But Florida, if I'm looking for one surprise, any one surprise tonight, Democrats might have a chance of being able to pick up Florida, although it's slim, because there's an amendment on the ballot there for protecting abortion rights. If they can drive voters to there to vote abortion rights and Democrat, maybe, but still a slim chance.
All right. And we're also going to be watching the balance of power in the U.S. House tonight, too. So, Amy, or I should say Kelsey and Randy, back to you guys.
All right, that's a lot to digest, but God, I'm glad you guys are there. It's a lot to get through.
There's a lot of numbers to remember, but the balance of power is such an important piece of this election cycle, and both the House and Senate are very close. So we'll continue to go back to those two for their insight. All right.
All right, Jennifer McDermott joining us now. The look at that bit of a dreary forecast out there, Jennifer.
I know. I went and voted this morning and had the umbrella and the rain boots, and I brought Francesco along with me. Thought it'd be a fun moment for him. He didn't help. He didn't vote. He's not 18 yet, but he was there with me.
I hope he got a sticker.
Oh, he got a sticker, all right. And I put it on Twitter, so if you want to go look at it. He's pretty cute, but I'm biased, of course. Okay, so we have this large area of rain that has been working its way across the Twin Cities, across central and southern parts of the state all day long, and now it is beginning to move away. So we do have that clearing here in the metro. Therefore, no excuse. You still have an hour and 10 minutes to get out there and vote. The rain is gone, so it's dry, at least the sky conditions. It's dry. Area of low pressure, this is what brought in all that moisture over the past weekend, not just for us, but areas in Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, the list goes on. That will continue to dive away from us, and a high pressure system will build in, and it will give us that sunshine. Finally, once again. Live look outside St. Paul. It's a cloudy election night. 44, dew point of 41, winds from our north-northwest at 10 miles an hour. Cool temperatures right now in the 30s and 40s. The wet, soggy ground, light winds. That's a recipe for patchy fog. So we could have some areas of dense patchy fog. 39 for the low by tomorrow afternoon. 49 cloudy periods, but we'll see a little bit of sun here and there. By tomorrow evening, a few clouds. 44. Here's your 7-day forecast. It's looking pretty quiet, pretty tame. Tomorrow 49, partly to mostly cloudy. By Thursday, plenty of sunshine with a daytime high of 50. Our average high is 49 or 48 rather, excuse me. So we are right where we should be for this time of the year. It's a nice looking 7-day November forecast. Our next chance of rain, a small one. It's not looking super substantial, but that will be arriving Saturday and into Sunday.
Okay, all right, but the rain is good. We do need it after a long period without it. Okay, thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you. All right, one more look here before we head to break. The state of Florida with its 30 electoral votes. You can see right there, 10 percentage points separating Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Again, those are 30 electoral votes. That's the latest out of Florida. Half, or a little more than half of Florida's precincts have closed. There's still some more to close on the Panhandle. That happens at 7 o'clock.
Well, the polls in Minnesota are set to close in about an hour, but some polls are already closing in the Eastern time zone.
That includes 2 battleground states, Georgia and much of Florida, with the exception of the Panhandle of Florida. A small portion of the Panhandle in the Central time zone had results coming in. Let's take a look at some of those results if we can. And in Florida right now, Donald Trump is winning by 11 percentage points. We're watching this state very closely. The Panhandle obviously will produce some numbers, but if this holds, Florida's likely to get called shortly after 7 o'clock.
Yeah, when those polling sites close in the Panhandle. Now we want to look at South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. They are also, those are areas where the polls have closed, and Indiana and Kentucky. Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Vermont have all been called. So you'll see the ticker at the bottom left there. That is the Electoral College count. Right now, Donald Trump with 23 Electoral College votes and Kamala Harris with 3.
All right.
So we'll bring you those results as soon as we get them.
We will have more team coverage throughout the night, the latest on the local races and, of course, those national races as well. Thanks for joining us. We'll have election coverage coming up at 7 o'clock over on Fox 9 Plus and, of course, streaming as well.
Yeah, keep it right here, and we'll be right back.
I'm excited to move forward and trust in our country and whatever is going to happen.
That we accept the peaceful transition of power, whichever direction it goes.
Election day is here. Polls are closing in just an hour here in Minnesota and across the border in Wisconsin and several other areas around the country. We're already starting to see results from some key swing states across the nation. Thanks for joining us on Fox 9 and Fox Local. I'm Randy Meyer.
And I'm Kelsey Carlson. From the presidency to the House and Senate and your local elections, Fox 9 is on the ground with all of the major races tonight.
Our team of reporters are standing by with the latest from both parties. We begin with our nation's capital. Take a look at this. We have the electoral map up right now. That is something you want to keep your eye on throughout the night. It will follow how the two candidates are making their way to 270, and that's what they want to achieve the presidency. So again, keep an eye on those numbers. Again, Minnesota has 10 electoral votes. Wisconsin also has 10, and some of those key swing states will be noted as well. You can see some already out there right now. Those, however, are not swing states.
No, not yet. We're waiting for maybe Georgia and North Carolina to be the first two swing states to be called. Our Corn Hoggard is in Washington, D.C., though, tonight, where the Harris-Walz campaign will be having their party. So, Corn, it sounds like a lot of noise behind you. Has the show started, I suppose?
Where we are not prepared to make a projection.
Yeah, Kelsey and Randy, I would say the show has started. What they've done is turned on TVs and they started to hear some results. And after hearing a few for Donald Trump, they heard more for Kamala Harris, and that's when the cheers started that you just heard. Here at Howard University, the crowd is just crazy full. It's been a dance party for the last hour and a half or so since people started coming in. They've been playing music, and we've just been seeing everyone dancing. The crowd is just enormous here, and they are full to the brim in all of the areas here that they could possibly be in. And there they go. North Carolina looking good for Kamala Harris, and so they're pretty excited about that here as well. So the entertainment portion of the program is about to start, and this is the first indication of that. We've seen some of the rehearsals, we've seen some of the people getting ready, and it's an excited crowd here, but obviously everybody, very nervous to hear these results, and so pretty excited when they hear the results favoring Kamala Harris. Randy, Kelsey, back to you.
All right, Corn, thank you. Stay with us. Corn will be in Washington throughout the night. Our Election Day team coverage continues back here in Minnesota. Rob Olson is standing by at the Intercontinental St. Paul Riverfront, where the DFL is holding its election party tonight.
But first, Courtney Godfrey is at the Radisson Blu at the Mall of America, the Minnesota Republican headquarters. And Courtney, set the scene for us a little bit, and what have you been seeing at the headquarters tonight?
Well, people are just now starting to show up. First big name arriving here tonight, Joe Tayrab, who's running against Angie Craig for a seat in U.S. Congress. Joe Tayrab joins me now. Joe, the Republicans here tonight are feeling optimistic. They're feeling energized, despite the fact that we are sitting in a historically blue state. Why are you feeling confident tonight?
I'm feeling confident, partly because I've been talking with these voters for over a year, and people are fed up with the status quo. People want to change. They don't want the last 4 years of Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and Angie Craig, my opponent, that's gotten us into this inflation mess. They want to change, and so I'm really excited about that. I think we're starting to see that even as the returns are coming back from states out east. It looks like Trump is doing pretty well. Really excited about what we're going to see tonight.
Angie Craig is the incumbent. She raised a lot of money. She also in Congress has been a moderate Democrat. Do you think that works against you? Is that harder for you to beat when she presents as a moderate in Congress?
Well, I think it's exactly that. She presents as a moderate because I'll fight the contention that she is a moderate. She's really not. If you look at her voting record, she voted against a border security bill in 2023 that just would have actually secured the border, had more border wall, given more funding to Border Patrol agents. And now we have a fentanyl crisis, a border crisis, a human trafficking crisis because of that. And so I think she's now, with a lot of her money, she's tried to kind of flip it and make it seem as though she's tough on the border when she hasn't been with her voting record. So I think people are going to see through that tonight.
Joe Tayrab, thank you so much for joining us. And generally here at GOP headquarters tonight, they're really counting on those independent voters. They think that they can bring those independent voters in and swing some of those key districts, not just for the race for U.S. Congress, but a lot of important state races here tonight, as the Republicans are hoping to switch the legislature, at least one of the bodies of legislature. The House, they think, is up for grabs, and they are hoping for a victory here tonight, guys. Or excuse me, I'm tossing to Rob Olson at DFL headquarters.
Thanks, Courtney. Yeah, DFL, the party here not started until 8 o'clock, but people trickling in, as you mentioned they're doing there, and they're expecting a good crowd here tonight, and they tell me they're expecting that people will be excited about some of the results here, which is why they're really making it festive. The selfie station here, they got a little crafty with the balloons here tonight. There's sort of balloon sculptures everywhere, serving food over here as well, and then the main ballroom, of course. This is where everything really happens later on tonight, where we expect to hear from U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar later on tonight, addressing her supporters. Angie Craig, of course, at her own election night party, but I'm told it's a very good chance that after that she will come by here as well. Other key people that we might hear from, or at least see tonight, are in state government, and that is Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan and the Senate President Bobby Joe Champion. Now, if Harris-Walz win tonight, those are the two that then ascend. Flanagan to governor and Bobby Joe Champion to lieutenant governor. And of course, that would mean another opening in the Minnesota Senate. There's a special election tonight for one seat that is open. So again, but those are theoretical at this point because the evening is young and the results are really just starting to come in. We'll have a lot more, though, as this gets going later on this evening. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Thank you, Rob. And if you'll look at the bottom left-hand side of the screen there, you'll see the electoral numbers have increased and more states have now been called. So let's take a look at the map. And you can see Trump with 105 electoral college votes, Kamala Harris with 72 right now. And we're still waiting for some of those key swing states to come in. That first one that comes in, you know, we'll just kind of dive in and see what that might tell us about what it indicates, especially if it's a state that may have flipped from 2020.
Some of these are what we would call in politics no-brainers. There's no big shock in any of that stuff as far as I can tell. We'll weigh in with this with Catherine in a little while, but for right now it looks like no big surprises there. The polls here close in just under an hour. More than 1 million Minnesotans voted early in this election, and soon the ballots will be counted.
And our Babs Santos is live in St. Paul, and you've been talking with voters today, and I'm just curious, you know, what they've been saying to you, Babs.
Yeah, Randy, Kelsey, right now, actually only about as many voters in this room as election workers right now. Things have died down a little bit after picking up around 5 or 6 o'clock, you know, in that hour as people were starting to get home from work, maybe return home after spending the day at the office. Things right now are pretty orderly, not so many people to talk to here. And really, even at their peak, lines really only backing up at this polling place for just a few minutes at a time, and that is in the face of some high turnout here in St. Paul's Highland neighborhood. The election judge here told me tonight he expects to see some 90% of registered voters in this area cast a ballot. And most of the voters that I spoke with today, getting back to your question, they told me they knew how they planned to vote a long time ago. And since then, they've just been looking forward to this day. Here is what one voter had to say at a polling place earlier in Minneapolis.
I feel good about what I just did in there, and I hope it brings home the win for who I voted for.
Getting to that, tonight the Secretary of State in Minnesota has made it clear he expects Minnesotans to have an idea of who won the presidential race in our state here in Minnesota sometime tomorrow morning. Reporting live in St. Paul, Babs Santos, Fox 9.
All right, Babs, we will check back with you as the night progresses as well. There's a lot to cover tonight, as you can imagine. U of M political professor Catherine Pearson is with us, as she most often is, and we are grateful to have her here.
Yeah, in these early hours, we can kind of talk about the big picture, and then we can start to dive into each state as they're called. But so let's start to set the stage about the presidential election. About 33 states, the polls have now closed, and that includes some of the key swing states. We've got Michigan, we've got Pennsylvania closed at 7 o'clock, Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, and it looks like Georgia and Michigan might be the first two, according to some of the folks who were predicting how this will roll, might have their vote in first.
And that will tell us a lot, because they're 2 of the 7 swing states that will really determine the Electoral College and therefore the results of the presidential election. It's sort of amazing, and with 50 states, only 7 are really competitive, and of course none of those 7 have been called yet. So if one were to be called soon, that would definitely be news.
I want to ask you about Florida and the margins so far in Florida, which the state has not been called, so let's be clear about, well, essentially it has. But the margin, as the last time we saw Florida, was 11 percentage points for President Trump. Is that margin surprising at all to you? And does it say anything?
Well, it's striking. Of course, Florida used to be a swing state. Think back to 2000 and its critical role in the presidential election. But it really hasn't been a swing state for some time now. But there is a competitive U.S. Senate race in Florida with a Democrat challenging a Republican incumbent. And that's a state that in both the presidential and Senate race leans Republican, but a closer margin, would spell good news for Democrats.
We do now have a check mark with Florida, which means Florida has been called 56-43, so 13 percentage point win there. And in the top right-hand corner there, you can see 87% of the votes counted. Again, the panhandle just closing in Florida, so they are pretty confident with these numbers so far. Again.
Yeah, a significant margin.
Yeah, significant.
All right, so we'll continue to see how quickly Georgia might be able to report Michigan, because they made changes to how they're counting those early voting numbers and not waiting so long, so that they could report out a little bit quicker. All right, we have election results starting to come in from those key battleground states as we just reported, and we're going to look at more numbers when we come back.
All right, there's the electoral map. You'll see this a lot throughout the night. Right now, the numbers are shaking down. Kamala Harris with 72 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 105. Some of those states are calling their states right now. As of right now, though, no swing states have called.
So we'll continue to watch this. We want to take a look at North Carolina in particular. They're typically pretty quick at getting their results in. There have been, some disruptions in the western part of the state after Hurricane Helene. Right now with, and we don't know the percentage of precincts or the vote that's been counted, but Kamala Harris is leading in North Carolina with 52% of the vote. We don't know what part of the state has reported. The western part of the state tonight. And because of the damage, some people were voting in temporary tents because polling sites had been destroyed from the flooding there and the storms.
Just keep in mind, a lot of these numbers coming in from the East Coast tonight because their polls have closed well before ours. We're about 45 minutes from polls closing here in Minnesota and Wisconsin and Iowa. So you need to make sure that you understand that some of these numbers will be lagging behind. And again, it may be that case throughout the evening, so be patient.
And by 8 o'clock, a significant portion of the United States will have polls closed.
All right, Jennifer joining us. A lot of folks had the umbrella today when they voted.
I did.
A little soggy.
Yep, a little soggy out there. I had the rain jacket, the umbrella, and the rain boots. And I had the big rain boots
And your son.
on. And I had my son. And we went bopping right on into the polls, and it was a good, it was nice. It was easy, in and out. So you have 45 minutes left to go vote, and it's not raining anymore.
And there really aren't lines. We're not hearing that there are long lines because the early vote was pretty popular.
Yes, yes. So we're finally drying things out, though. So if you do want to get your vote in, you still have time, and it's dry, so you won't have to worry about using an umbrella, for example. Now, tomorrow, we are going to be dry. That's going to be a nice change for us, even though we do need the rain. 49 for the forecasted high temperature tomorrow, mostly to partly cloudy, but we'll finally move these rain showers on out. In fact, we're moving these showers on up towards our north and east. Here in the metro, we are staying dry, but areas up towards the north shore, the south shore, near Duluth, Ashland, Lutsen, that's where they are still dealing with these scattered light rain showers. This massive cold front accompanied by a few areas of low pressure, that's what drove in this plume of moisture over the weekend, and it's been staying with us pretty much for a good chunk of our weekend. At least we've been in and out of precipitation here and there for Saturday, Sunday, and even into yesterday and today. Low pressure out towards our west, that will eventually fade away, and a high pressure system will move in, and that will set us up for a really nice sunny day coming up. 43 right now, winds from the north at 10, temperature statewide in the 40s, a few 30s up towards the north and over towards the west. Patchy fog overnight, 39 for the low. Because of the light winds, the damp ground, the cooler temperatures, we could have some areas of dense fog. 49 for the high tomorrow. By tomorrow evening, by around 10 o'clock, temperature of 44. So here's your 7-day forecast. Tomorrow, 49, and then plenty of sunshine on Thursday with a high of 50. Friday, clouds increase, 53 for the high, and then over the weekend we do have a very slim chance. It's not looking impressive, but a slim chance of rain for both Saturday and Sunday. Otherwise, our 7-day forecast is very fall-like, very November-like, very close to average for temperatures.
Good.
All right, thanks, Jennifer.
All right, still ahead tonight, we're live from the Secretary of State's office with just under an hour left for voters to cast their ballots.
All right, welcome back to our Fox 9 election night coverage. We want to show you the Electoral College map right now as these numbers continue to update. You'll see that ticker in the bottom left-hand side of your screen there. Right now, Donald Trump with 105 Electoral College votes, Kamala Harris with 72. And you can see the states that are lit up have been called.
The Office of the Minnesota Secretary of State responsible for making sure voting runs smoothly across Minnesota.
Our So-Young Kim is live at the Secretary of State's office in St. Paul. So-Young, with just about 40 minutes until the polls close, is there a sense about how things will be operating tonight and how they've been operating today?
Yeah, Kelsey, Randy, so far Secretary Simon says smooth sailing throughout this election cycle. He's been saying his wish for Election Day is high turnout, low drama, and that's been the case. He says anecdotally across the state, as you know, high turnout is traditionally a thing here in Minnesota. In the last 3 out of 4 elections, we took that top spot for voter turnout in 2022. Maine took that spot, but again, Secretary Simon says he's cautiously optimistic that we may be on top again. And in terms of low drama, he said there's been some isolated incidents. He did mention some equipment issues, but those were resolved fairly quickly. And in terms of results, he says after polls close at 8 o'clock, within a few hours, we should have a pretty clear view here in Minnesota. He says definitely substantially, if not all, by breakfast time tomorrow morning. Again, we'll check in with Secretary Simon again after polls close, so stay with us. For now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, So-Young, thank you so much. It is a big job, no doubt about it, that keeping things running smoothly. We've done pretty well in Minnesota.
Think about the number of polling sites there are to keep track of.
Polls are now closed in several key swing states.
Straight ahead, more election results and a race here in Minnesota that could impact the balance of power in Congress. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us here on Fox 9, Fox 9 Plus, and our streaming app, Fox Local. I'm Kelsey Carlson.
And I'm Randy Meyer. Polls have closed down in several states, including some key battleground states. U of M political presser Catherine Pearson is with us here tonight to help break down some of the results so far. But before we get to you, let's take a look at that Electoral College map.
All right, so more states have been called now, and so you can see on the bottom left-hand side there the Electoral College count. Donald Trump with 105 and Kamala Harris with 72. You can see the states in red and blue that have been called so far. We are waiting for the first swing state to be called.
Okay, and that's what makes this thing important, is when the swing states start popping in there. But Catherine, for our viewers at home at 7:26, this can just look like a map with a lot of red and blue on it and gray. So explain any significance that you might note here or not.
So far, not really. We aren't seeing any surprises. There are 7 key swing states that we're watching. The polls have closed in North Carolina, but of course they don't have results yet. Georgia, but they don't have full results yet. Pennsylvania, Michigan. So the states that are really close are going to take longer to call. And some of those states, like Pennsylvania, also take longer to count because of their election rules.
And the state of Florida, much different landscape than maybe 24 years ago, when it was the state that was, the race, the election was called by about 500 votes. But since then, it's gone a little bit more red. It's already been called tonight. It's
That's
30
right.
electoral
it was called
votes.
Very quickly, both for former President Trump and then also for Rick Scott, the incumbent senator. And the race was clearly leaning his way, but such a quick call just shows that it has moved more Republican than 4 years ago.
Let's take a look at the popular vote right now for President. Donald Trump right now with 54% and Kamala Harris with 45%. Again, if you look at the electoral map, those states, which is what are being counted as popular votes right now that have been called, you can see that 10-point difference. Again, not a big surprise there based on the states that have called in.
Exactly.
All right, let's look at Minnesota with its 10 electoral votes. Of course, our polls here close at 8 o'clock. So there are people still in line, still voting. But at 8 o'clock, we might see some numbers trickling in.
Wisconsin, much the same, 10 electoral votes. Wisconsin is a swing state and a battleground state. Again, no reports in Wisconsin. We don't expect anything to come in from Wisconsin until after 8 o'clock. Milwaukee, also kind of a funny area where sometimes they report late.
The polls have been so close across the country and in Pennsylvania, and a lot of political analysts have said that Pennsylvania may decide this presidential election. These are the numbers that we have so far. Again, Kamala Harris leading, but we don't know how many votes have been counted and where they are coming from. So we don't know if those are rural districts, metropolitan areas. We'll continue to watch Pennsylvania.
Much the same in North Carolina with its 16 electoral votes. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump there. Very, very close, neck and neck. Look up in the right-hand corner there, 9% of the votes tabulated. So be careful at what you make of any of this stuff with those few votes being tabulated.
Exactly.
And your take on that is people should just be patient.
Exactly. People should be patient. Don't expect to know anytime soon. But, these are the key states. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral college votes. So, both candidates need Pennsylvania. There are other routes without Pennsylvania, but it has the most electoral college votes of the 7 states.
And they wait until today to start counting the absentee ballots. So it could be a long and slow night and maybe week for Pennsylvania.
Right. And then within Pennsylvania, each county has different rules. So that just further complicates things. So they'll still be counting for a while.
Okay. Thanks, Catherine.
We'll sign off here on Fox 9, but we'll continue our live coverage, result coverage on Fox 9 Plus and our Fox Local app as well. So do not go away. All kinds of sourcing for you to get the results tonight.
We'll be right back.
All right, from the White House to the House and Senate, nearly 500 national races will decide the balance of power in our nation's capital.
And our Fox 9 team is covering all the major races, including right here in Minnesota.
Our Karen Scullin is standing by at the Radisson Blu in Bloomington, the election night headquarters for Minnesota Republicans.
But first, we want to go to Maury Glover at the Intercontinental St. Paul Riverfront and the DFL party this evening. Maury.
Well, that's right. Democrats hoping to fill this ballroom up with supporters in about a half an hour or so, but it's already starting to fill up as people begin to trickle in. Now, Democrats are following a number of statewide races, but no race is bigger than the race for president. It was once believed that Minnesota could be a battleground state in this election. But with the latest polls showing Kamala Harris 5 points ahead of Donald Trump, that doesn't seem to be the case. And party leaders believe that Harris will eventually win the state.
We feel pretty, cautiously optimistic, or as I heard someone say, nauseously optimistic recently. No, look, it's, it's going to be close all throughout the country. I expect no different here in Minnesota, but based on what we've been seeing in the field over the last several weeks, I expect Vice President Harris and Governor Walz to win Minnesota.
Now, again, things will start picking up here in the next few minutes. So until then, we'll pass things off to my colleague Karen Scullin over at Republican headquarters in Bloomington, where they are having a party of their own. Karen?
Well, it certainly is getting exciting around here. The room really filling up. Just after 7 o'clock when the party started, it just started flowing in. We got a pretty full room already, and you can feel the excitement and the energy building. Everybody feeling like it's really going to be a great night. And I spoke to the GOP chair earlier tonight. He said on the state level, they're really feeling good about things, especially flipping that House. And one of the reasons is because they worked so hard at getting disengaged Republican voters to the polls. They've been doing that for quite some time now, and they think that it actually works.
I think we've seen for the Republicans a significant increase in early voting compared to previous years. We've put a lot of effort into that the last, actually 2 years. We've been working with our folks around the state to encourage people to do it.
So back here live, everybody just at this point kind of just staring at the big screens, watching these numbers come in, but everybody knowing it's so early, so no real nail biting going on just yet. Everybody just kind of hopeful at this point, and as it is for everyone, it's just a wait and see night and a long night ahead. We'll send it back to you, Randy and Kelsey.
And we want to look at Wisconsin now. We'll look at Wisconsin in just a moment. Arkansas was just called, so that's an electoral update. That one has been called for Donald Trump.
Yes, roughly a dozen races from coast to coast have the power to decide majority in the House. One of them is right here in Minnesota. Representative Angie Craig is trying to secure another term against Republican challenger Joe Tayrab.
And Mike Manzoni is in Eagan, where the Craig campaign is holding its election party tonight. So, Mike, it looks like you have a lot more people in the room now, and the polls are closing in 30 minutes. So what is the feeling there?
Well, Kelsey and Randy, the doors just opened a few minutes ago here. We're at a brewery in Eagan. You can see people are starting to fill the bar and file in now. We don't expect to hear from Congresswoman Angie Craig until the 9 o'clock hour after polls close, sometime in the first half of the 9 o'clock hour. She was first elected in 2018 by a razor-thin margin, I should say. She had lost just 2 years earlier by a similar razor-thin margin. So this is an extraordinarily competitive race, a competitive district, a swing district, sometimes called a purple district, nearly evenly divided between Republicans and Democrats. And over the years, voters here in the Twin Cities South Metro have sent members from both parties to Washington, though they haven't sent a Republican there since 2016. Earlier this morning, or this afternoon, I should say, the Congresswoman spoke in Eagan at a luncheon. She sounded upbeat. Here's a portion of what she had to say there.
We've done the work every single day for the people of the 2nd District. And I trust the voters. I trust my constituents. I trust that they're going to send me back to Congress to represent them.
And again, we're expecting to hear from Congresswoman Craig sometime in the first half of the 9 o'clock hour after polls close. Of course, we will be here for that. For now, we're live in Eagan. Mike Manzoni, Fox 9.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. Again, let's take a look at that electoral college map. Donald Trump has gained a few. 111 now to Kamala Harris's 72. Why this is important, if you note, 270 are needed to win the presidency. So those are the numbers that we will watch, and they will come in as those states call their elections on this night as well. We're going to get over to Joe Tayrab's party in just a minute, but first let's bring in U of M political science professor Catherine Pearson.
And we are looking at this electoral college map right now, but of course the 7 swing states, we do not have any of those states that have been called right now. And so I know you're just looking at this map and you're waiting with anticipation to see what will happen. There's the map again. You can take a look at the states that have been called, 111 to 72 in the count so far.
That's right. So far, no surprises. All of the states that have been called are called in the direction that was anticipated, and they weren't really very competitive to begin with because the partisan advantage for one candidate or the other, one party or the other, was so big.
What's the next significant state to come in your view?
Georgia and North Carolina.
Okay.
You know, Michigan, Pennsylvania, the polls have closed, but I don't think we'll know for a while, especially with Pennsylvania. So I think Georgia and North Carolina.
All right.
Are there any particular races that you think could indicate what could happen in a swing state, like the U.S. Senate race in Wisconsin?
Certainly. Well, in Wisconsin with Tammy Baldwin, that will tell us something about how Wisconsin is going to go. But I'm also really interested in Ohio's Senate race with Sherrod Brown, the Democratic senator defending his seat. Ohio is not considered a swing state, but if it gets a little bit closer, that would be good for Brown. And Brown is one of Democrats' sort of key incumbents, the toss-up seat that will determine party control. I mean, we've already seen West Virginia has gone Republican, but it could potentially make the difference between 50-50, 51-49.
All right, let's get over to Fox 9's Leon Purvis live at Joe Tayrab's election party. He is in Lakeville.
All right, so Leon, tell us a little bit about the people that are coming in there tonight, if you've had a chance to talk with the candidate, and just what's happening in general.
Kelsey, Randy, right now is the calm before the votes as polls close at 8 tonight, but the party is ramping up here. More and more people are starting to come in, and Joe Tayrab is actually making the rounds. He was here earlier, but then he went to the state GOP watch party. But when I spoke to him earlier, I asked him what makes him think he can flip this 2nd congressional district seat, because it hasn't been won by a Republican since 2016, considering that Angie Craig sometimes presents herself as a moderate, but he talked about how she voted on bills.
She presents as a moderate because I'll fight the contention that she is a moderate. She's really not. If you look at her voting record, she voted against a border security bill in 2023 that this would have actually secured the border, had more border wall, given more funding to Border Patrol agents.
Now, Fox 9 did fact-check that, and that is true on how Angie Craig voted, the incumbent, that Joe Tayrab is trying to flip that seat. Now, he is supposed to be back here around 8:05 or 8:10 to give some remarks after polls close tonight. So we'll see how he's feeling as results come in. But I'm going to send it back to you, Kelsey and Randy.
All right, thank you, Leon. And 20 minutes now until 8 o'clock when the polls close here. And for about half of the country, we'll see polls closed. Let's take a look at this U.S. Senate race in Ohio. This is what Catherine was talking about. And look at how close it is right now. Sherrod Brown facing Bernie Moreno. And again, she said this could be an indicator of what's happening in Ohio, even though it's not really considered a swing state in this election cycle.
Brown is the incumbent Democrat there, but again, very close with the Republican Bernie Moreno. That is a good indicator as we watch these races throughout the country and how close some of these swing states are. Polls already closed in several of those battleground states. Let's move over to North Carolina now. They closed just over an hour ago. And here's how it stands right now, with 14% of the votes tabulated. Again, a very low number, but right now Donald Trump is leading Kamala Harris by about 3 to 4 percentage points running in North Carolina. North Carolina traditionally is a red state, although it is considered a swing state during this election cycle.
Because you have a lot of transplants coming into the metropolitan areas there. And in 2008, it did go for Obama. So, but they've also had the issue of hurricane damage on the western side of the state. And it's kind of uncertain what the turnout will be like in the western part of the state. We don't know where the numbers are coming from in North Carolina right now.